The House will come to order. The pledge today will be led by Kara Johnson, Arrupe Jesuit High School, Denver, Colorado.
Good morning. I ask that you join me now in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mr. Kola, please call the roll.
Representatives Arndt. Becker J. Representative John Becker. Becker K. Brown. Buck. Buckner. Carver. Conti. Corum. Court. Danielson. Del Grosso. Rip. Dorr. Duran. Esgar. Everett. Fields. Foote. Garnett. Representative Garnett. Oh, yep. Janal. Hamner. Humphrey. Joshi. Kagan. Klingenschmidt. Kraft Tharp. Landgraf. Lawrence. Lebsock. Lee. Leonard. Lontine. Lundeen. McCann. Melton. Mitch Bush. Moreno. Navarro. Neville. Nordberg. Pabon. Pedersen. Representative Pedersen. Primavera. Priola. Rankin. Ransom. Rosenthal. Rupe. Ryden. Sane. Salazar. Oh, I know. Just trust me. Sias. Singer. Thurlow. Tyler. Van Winkle. Vigil. Willett. Williams. Wilson. Windholes. Winter. Wist. Young. Madam Speaker.
Here. With 65 present, 0 absent and excused, a quorum is present. Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For what I hope is the last time in my life, I move that the reading of the Journal of Thursday, April 21st, be dispensed with and that it be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You have heard the motion, but I wouldn't be that optimistic, Representative Willett. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion obviously carries. Announcements and introductions. And members? Members? Members and guests, we are in announcements and introductions. Please place your attention to the well. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May 2nd is the last Veterans Caucus. You won't want to miss this because it's going to be all the Veterans Service, well, probably not all, but the Veterans Service organizations will be represented. So you'll be able to find out what these various organizations do for us. So please, RSVP to Jerry by the 29th of April. Thank you.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with very, very great pride that I introduce the Poudre Education Association from Fort Collins. It's here with many, many teachers, teachers I went to school with, teachers my kids are going to school with now. And I have one additional announcement.
Please proceed, Representative.
And one more announcement is Happy Earth Day. I just want to say one more time that Fort Collins has the toughest climate action plan in the country. We also have one of the most robust business climates in the country, and these two are not incompatible. Happy Earth Day.
That's only a $2 fine, Representative Arndt. Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And colleagues, I hope you'll welcome my colleagues, my constituents from Gunnison who are here visiting on the floor today. Also, I want to remind you that next Friday is College Friday. So you have write it on your calendar, because next Friday, with the Speaker's permission, and we'll talk more about it next week, we'll be able to wear our favorite college logo apparel. So be planning ahead for next Friday is College Friday. Thanks.
Only a $2 fine for the Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies to the Appropriations Committee for getting stuck in traffic this morning, but what we all missed in Appropriations Committee, hopefully some of you heard on the House floor. My special thanks to the Colorado Youth Symphony for their wonderful sounds and music this morning on the House floor and over on the Senate as well. Please extend my thanks to them for helping our week a little bit lighter and a little bit more enjoyable, and we hope to see them again very soon. Thank you again to the Colorado Youth Symphony Orchestra.
Thanks to the Colorado Youth Symphony. They were magnificent this morning. Representative Priola. And members, a little more quiet, please. Please proceed, Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to point out off Representative Hamner's point about College Friday, please do not dress as former Representative Casso did for College Friday and actually dress like you did in college. But I wanted to, since the ski reports are winding down, I wanted to come down here and give the bicycling report for the Brighton area for this weekend. Riverdale Road is a quite popular place to bike. It's a road I grew up on, so encourage you all to get out and ride your bike on that road, as well as the Platte River Trail is almost finished. And then if you want a taste of the plains, you can take 120th East north of DIA. It's a beautiful ride, not much traffic, and you can watch the airplanes land.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I very much thank Representative Priola for reminding me of the second of my two announcements, and I'll start with that one. Springtime is in the lower elevations in the mountains happening, which means you can come out to Eagle County or Routt County and do a little bit of bicycling both on paved roads, wonderful paved roads, and also on dirt paths.
Representative Mitch Bush. Members? Thank you. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. As I think many of you know, today is Colorado Education Association Day at the Capitol, and I would like to give a shout out to one of my wonderful constituents who sadly already went over to the other chamber. Megan Orvis has won a wide variety of teaching awards, and she is a champion for her students and her community from Eagle County.
It's only a $2 fine. Representative Lee and Rupe first.
Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You all joined us yesterday in a resolution in support of the U.S. Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs, for which we were most appreciative. We didn't have time to present this marvelous flag banner from the U.S. Olympic Center, which the U.S. Olympic Committee would like to donate for permanent display in the Capitol. So we would like to present this to the Speaker for permanent display. Thank you.
Thank you, representatives. Representative Brown, do you have an announcement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe today is Earth Day. And I just wanted to put a shout out to all of those folks in the United States and in Colorado that produce the food that we eat, that makes us so healthy and allows us to have a great environment. And I just I think that's one of the main reasons that we have the best environment in the whole world right here in the United States of America. Thank you, farmers.
Representative Kraft Tharp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to join in with the biking and the skiing report out for this weekend. It's going to be 65 degrees on Sunday, and it's great for pickleball. So pickleball season is here. So, so Sunday's a great day. Thank you.
Representative Tyler, or Representative Willett?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, on your desks once again, and gee, what a coincidence. It's Earth Day.
What a coincidence.
And we're going to have a debate on
climate change.
Man-made global warming. Anybody want to go learn about this? We're flying in one of the nation's biggest experts on our behalf, from the Heartland Institute.
And a real climate scientist from Fort Collins.
And we'll feed you. Noonish, 271, contrary to what you've heard, you can eat, but you can only eat up where you sit on committee, so no food in the main room.
All right, see you there.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've often came to the well this year on Fridays saying that thank you for wearing red on Friday. I'm seeing more and more red on Friday. I see the speaker behind me, the chief clerk. But, folks, I'm going to tell you, I think perhaps Representative Everett has gone too far with the red today.
Could be true, Representative Quorum. Representative Williams and Representative Salazar and Representative Escar and soon to be Representative Garnett and Representative Melton. Please proceed, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, many of you heard yesterday that one of our legends of rock and roll and soul and every music that you can imagine, the legendary Prince, passed away yesterday. And I think many of us grew up with Prince. I can remember my first concert in college was with Prince. And so we want to just ask for a moment of silence to honor Prince.
Please proceed with a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Representative Williams.
Thank you. And in honor of Prince's life, we are going to declare Monday as Purple Day. And so we ask that you pull out your purple, your ties, your shirts, your dresses, so that we may honor the life of Prince. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Other announcements and introductions. Representative McCann and Representative Lawrence.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members.
And give me a minute. I'm sorry, Madam Assistant Minority Leader. Quiet for just a little while more, folks. Thank you. Please proceed, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we just want to let you know that next Wednesday is Denim Day. So if you pay your $5 and it goes to CCASA, quiet you, you can wear denim on the floor.
And if you don't know, CCASA is the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and we will tell you on Wednesday why it's Denim Day, but you can wear your denim on Wednesday, but you have to pay your $5 that goes to a terrific cause to help fight sexual assault. Well, actually, to help victims of sexual assault. Thanks.
Representative Young. Members, could we have your attention for a tribute, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, an event occurred earlier this week up in Greeley. 17-year-old gentleman up in Greeley, Michael Weinbender, Monday morning saw smoke billowing out of the second floor apartment window and banged on the door, found an 11-year-old boy and 2-year-old sister. He encouraged and had them follow him out of the apartment. Michael told his mom to call 911. No one else was injured. The apartment became engulfed in flames. The fire department in Greeley did extinguish the fire, but I wanted to acknowledge through tribute the fine work of Michael Weinbender. The tribute reads as follows. State of Colorado, the House of Representatives convened in the 70th General Assembly hereby extends sincere commendations to Michael Weinbender. The members of the Colorado House of Representatives are proud to recognize the bravery of Greeley's Michael Weinbender and express gratitude for his response to a potentially deadly apartment fire. Mr. Weinbender's swift and decisive action helped prevent a bad situation from becoming worse and saved the lives of 2 children. He has set a fine example for all Coloradans, and we are thankful to have this outstanding young man in our state, and I might mention in the city of Greeley. Upon request of Representative Dave Young, given this 21st day of April, 2016, State Capitol, Denver, and it's signed by Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I appreciate your attention to this. Let's give a hand to this young man.
Are there further announcements and introductions? Seeing none, the next order of business is third reading of bills, final passage. Members, please take your seats. Representative, Mr. Kohler, please read the title. Oh, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1368 until April 25th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1368 one more time. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1381.
House Bill 1381, Representative Primavera, Senator Todd, concerning health insurance coverage for the early detection of cancer.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1381 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of House Bill 1381 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Foote and Lundeen. Close the machine. With 38 ayes, 27 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1381 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1387.
House Bill 1387, Representative Primavera, Senator Woods, concerning health insurance coverage for severe protein allergic conditions.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1387 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of House Bill 1387 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 43 ayes, 22 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1387 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1341.
House Bill 1341, Representatives Jamal McCann, Senator Yieldbury, concerning protecting animal species threatened with extinction by prohibiting trafficking.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1341 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of House Bill 1341 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 34 ayes, 31 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1341 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1427.
House Bill 1427, Representative Pabon, also Senator Hill, concerning exempting multi-serving liquid retail marijuana products from the sales equivalency limitation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1427 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of House Bill 1427 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 60 ayes, 5 noes, and no excused, House Bill 1427 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1400.
House Bill 1400, Representative Wright and also Senator Todd, concerning the prohibition of the retaliatory action against a homeowner in relation to the homeowners association which the homeowner belongs.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1400 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of House Bill 1400 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 36 ayes, 29 noes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1400 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1442.
House Bill 1442, Representative Wright and also Senator Ulibarri, concerning technical modifications to laws enacted in 2014 governing the administration of nonpartisan elections conducted by local government that are not coordinated by a county clerk and recorder.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1442 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of House Bill 1442 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes, no noes, and no excused, House Bill 1442 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 41.
Senate Bill 41 by Senator Baumgartner, also Representative Pabon, concerning data collected by the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety concerning the study of marijuana implementation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 41 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 41 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
We have to read the reports first. Okay.
Close the machine. With 48 ayes, 17 noes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 41 is passed. Co-sponsors. Reports from committees, yeah. Please close the machine. Reports of committees of reference.
The Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1079, 1167, 1175, 1274, 1288. Amended and as so amended, refer to the Committee of the Whole in favor of recommendation. House Bill 1304, refer to the Committee of the Whole in favor of recommendation. House Bills 1324, 1332, 1386, amended and as so amended, refer to the Committee of the Whole in favor of recommendation. House Bill 1388, refer to the Committee of the Whole in favor of recommendation. House Bill 1404 and 1434, amended as so amended, refer to the Committee of the Whole in favor of recommendation. Senate Bill 30, refer to the Committee of the Whole in favor of recommendation. Senate Bill 62, amended as follows, and as so amended, refer to the Committee of the Whole in favor of recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that special orders be heard at 9:44 today, Friday, April 22nd, for the following bills: House Bill 1386, House Bill 1388, House Bill 1434, House Bill 1274, Senate Bill 21, House Bill 1322, House Bill 1436, Senate Bill 134, House Bill 1432, Senate Bill 65, House Bill 1257, House Bill 1425, Senate Bill 158, Senate Bill 172, Senate Bill 166, Senate Bill 171, House Bill 1303, House Bill 1404, House Bill 1324, Senate Bill 62, Senate Bill 30, House Bill 1332, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1288, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1167, and House Bill 1079.
The motion is that we proceed with special orders at 9:44 a.m. Friday, April 22nd on the list enumerated by the Majority Leader. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Representative Court. You've heard the motion. Seeing no objections, Representative Court will take the chair.
Okay, the committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read at the title unless there is a request for reading the bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed in your folder. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to House Bill 1386.
House Bill 1386, Representative Kraft Tharp, all Senator Stedman, concerning a program to cover vulnerable populations' cost of acquiring necessary documents.
Representative Kraft Tharp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1386 and the committee report.
Thank you, Representative Kraft Tharp. Please proceed.
Thank you. So we had the privilege and honor of going in front of Finance Committee, and in Finance Committee we basically put a safety clause. What? Oh, sorry. I move the Appropriations Committee report.
I got it.
Yes,
Okay.
please proceed.
Thank you. And so the Appropriations Committee was nice enough to put an appropriations on the bill.
Well, that always helps. Is there, you moved it, okay. Is there objection? No, wait, that's in a committee.
So, So I'm asking everyone for their support
That's
for
right.
the committee,
All those in
Appropriations Committee
favor
report.
All those in favor of the committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted.
Thank you. I move the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. All those in favor of the Finance Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Committee report is adopted. Representative Kraft-Tharp to the bill.
Thank you very much. So to the bill. So this is, members, last year I had asked you all during the long bill process to appropriate funding for the Necessary Documents program. This is a program that when those people who are some of the lowest income people in our community lose their documents, whether that's through domestic violence situation, whether that's through floods, whether that's through a fire, that we help those people get their documents. We appropriated $300,000 towards this program. The department now needs the statutory authority for this. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Representative Kraft-Tharp. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1386? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1386, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1386 is adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1388.
House Bill 1388 by Representative McCann concerning the timing of inquiring into a job applicant's criminal history.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1388.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Members, this is a bill that will prohibit employers, potential employers, from having a checkoff box on their application for the initial application for employment, so that those who have a criminal history will have the opportunity to at least get their resume reviewed and be considered for employment. The consideration will then be based on their qualifications, their characteristics, any references that they have, instead of an automatic dumping into the trash or the recycle bin. At this point, well, I also wanted to mention that we had in committee, many folks who came and testified about the challenges that they've had in looking for jobs just because of that checkoff box. We feel that that box just causes some employers to automatically not consider someone for employment. And to me, it's a matter of public safety. Our recidivism rate is quite high in Colorado. We are one of the highest in the country. Over 50% within 3 years will commit another crime or at least recidivate enough to go back to prison. The bill would give folks hope and an opportunity for employment. And if you give people some hope and a future to look forward to, they are much less likely to reoffend. So if we really want to prevent crime and we really want to keep people from repeating crime, we should all be supporting this bill. And I wanted to mention a quote from Judge Gleason, who's a federal district judge in Brooklyn, who stated in one of his opinions, if we really want formerly incarcerated people to become upstanding citizens, we should not litter their paths to re-entry with stumbling blocks. The struggle to find stable, secure employment is one of the most common and damaging effects of a criminal record. More than 100 cities and counties have enacted laws of this nature. And President Obama actually in November ordered federal agencies to follow suit. We already have a bill of this nature for state employees, so people applying for state employment do not have to check off this box on their application. We would like to follow suit in the private industry. There are many employers who have already gone to this elimination of this checkoff box, including Target and Walmart. This also helps former offenders to pay any restitution that they have been ordered to pay. It gives those individuals an opportunity to have their qualifications considered. We took a very narrow approach in this bill so that we're just targeting the application itself. The state, when many people can be weeded out before the employer even looks at who they are and what they've accomplished. I also want to make clear that the bill does not apply to jobs in sensitive fields where there are already legal restrictions that prevent people with certain offenses from applying. So, for example, child care workers, those who work with financial institutions, which are required to have a background check by law. The bill does not apply to applications for those kinds of jobs. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I rise in strong support of House Bill 1388. We heard a lot of testimony in judiciary on this bill, and it is amazing how much just the application can affect one's employment, can affect the opportunities that they have, even when they're skilled, even when they have all the qualifications to be able to perform this work. Members, I personally want to call this the diamonds in the rough bill, because businesses without having this box would be able to look at someone's actual qualifications, their actual skill set, and be able to determine, is this the right fit for our company? Is this the right person to help us achieve our industrial goals or our mission goals, our mission statement? And so, members, I would ask for a very strong aye vote. One other thing that kind of was noted to me on this bill in some of the testimony was, well, we don't know if we have the expertise to ask these questions in the interview, and so that's the reason why we rely on the box. But if you don't have the expertise to ask the question, how do you have the expertise to read it on an application to make that determination? We're not saying you can't ask the question. We're not saying that the question shouldn't be asked or anything like that at the interview. If you want to understand the person's background, the bill doesn't prevent that from happening. It just says that at the initial application, you can't ask someone about this information. Focus on their qualifications and on their skills and not necessarily on any stumbling blocks or mistakes that they may have made in the past. Members, this is a really good bill. This is a really good bill in terms of helping people get back into the job industry and reduce recidivism. Members, I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Melton. Representative Del Grosso? You want to wait. Representative Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also echo what Representative Melton was saying, particularly when it comes to the issue of recidivism. We see a remarkable decrease in the recidivism rate when states ban the box, and the reason for that is because those states actually want these individuals to become successful, to get employment, to be able to pay their restitution, to become productive members of society. And imagine that by doing that, it results in a reduction of recidivism, which is a benefit to the state because then the state saves money. We have less people in prison, which is exactly what we're striving for. Productive citizens, less people in prison. That's what this bill does. It is another cog in the machinery of being able to get our society and as many people up and running with it as possible. Now, there were some arguments about, well, let's just let business do what business does. Well, there's a lot of things that we don't allow business to ask for, such as age discrimination. We don't allow businesses to ask age. And there's a reason for that. Because when you ask about age, when you ask about a vulnerable group and what their age is, we see that older people don't get hired. That's why we do it. We also don't allow employers to ask about individuals' disabilities. And why is that? Because it's decades worth of experience knowing that when they ask about disabilities, they won't hire disabled individuals. Prior to that, businesses weren't doing it. They would not hire disabled individuals. They would not hire individuals in a protective group such as age. So we found it fit, the federal government as well as the state of Colorado found it fit to not allow employers to ask those questions because it hurts individuals. It's the same concept here, no different. It's not going to shut down business. Sky's not going to fall. None of those things will happen. It'll allow individuals to get their foot in the door, and it still allows companies, once they've offered that position to an individual, to check on them. It still gives them that opportunity. It just doesn't stop them at the door. I rise in strong support of House Bill 1388.
Representative Becker Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of House Bill 1388. And members, as I was driving in this morning, listening to NPR on the radio, it was fascinating to hear this exact topic discussed, because there was a study done involving a look at our military, who between 2002 and 2009 hired felons. They gave felons waivers to be enlisted in the military. And they did a study. And they found out that the felons actually rose through the ranks faster than the other enlisted folks who came into the military during those 7 years. They also found that they were not dishonorably discharged at any higher rate than any of the regular enlisteds. The evidence showed that their felony records did not negatively impact their performance at all, and that it was not at all a factor. So they found that there was really no reason to be asking whether they were felons or not, because they served in the military well and with honor. And I think the data shows that this is where we should be moving as a state to help our own Colorado residents, because if they can get employment, they're going to be more productive members of society, and they're also going to be good employees. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we devote a lot of effort in the state of Colorado to doing whatever we can in terms of resources while in the Department of Corrections, in terms of parole, to help those who have done their prison terms to get back into the labor force rather than to get back into the criminal network. We do so much to do that. And what the box does, the box enables and facilitates employers to just simply blanket ban anyone with an arrest record, with a criminal record. That's what the box facilitates. Now, banning the box stops it from being quite so easy for an employer to simply say, hey, you got a prior criminal involvement? Don't even apply here. And that's something that we all should together make sure we don't facilitate. Otherwise, we're never going to get our former inmates back into the workforce. They'll come up against a brick wall. We want our former inmates back in the workforce. We don't want employers just saying, don't even apply here. We're going to throw your application out before we even meet you or go any further. Let's give all those folks at least a chance at getting a foot in the door. That is necessary for our public safety so that we can get these folks back to work. It's necessary for those folks to give them a chance to get back to work. Employers, even if we ban the box, can have you any criminal involvement? The very first question they ask, but at least they will cast sight upon the person. This is a good bill. It's in line with what we've been trying to do in this state for years. Thank you for listening, and please vote yes on House Bill 1388.
Representative Del Grosto, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to House Bill 1388. And I appreciate and respect some of the comments from my fellow colleagues that we just heard. We've heard that there's already some large employers out there already that are already doing this. So if employers are naturally doing this anyway because they feel like this is a good idea, why do we need to force everybody doing it when it looks like the majority of employers are already moving in this direction? We heard that this was basically the same concept as the state when we told people you can't discriminate against people with disabilities. We heard it's the same concept that you can't discriminate against age. Well, that is not true. It is not even close to the same concept because last time I checked, I didn't choose to be 43 years old. I would love to not be 43. Heck, I'd love to still be in my 30s. But the reality is time has forced me to get over the age of 40, which now I am a protected class. If I have a disability, I probably didn't choose that either. But so here's why it's not the same concept. Those people chose to make the decision to commit a felony and now have a record. So that's not even on the same planet as the same concept as somebody that is age or race or disability. That is not anywhere even close. Members, the majority of employers use this box as a conversation piece. So like myself, I employ several people that have felonies. I have people with prison records that work for me. I have people with prison records that are in prominent positions in my company. And when they check that box to say, here's what I have, here's what I've done, there's also a chance for them to kind of explain. And so it is an option for me as an employer to bring them in and say, all right, here's what happened. And then they get a chance to explain, you know what, back when I was 18 years old, 19 years old, I did something stupid, but you know what, I've learned from my mistakes, I've moved on, and here's what I've done to better myself, and I'm here today to even further better myself. And it is a conversation piece between an employer and a potential employee. My question is, so for somebody like me who employs people that are under the age of 18, there are certain people that have been convicted of certain crimes that cannot be around people under the age of 18. And I would think that is probably true for a vast number of employers out there in the state of Colorado have employees that are under the age of 18. So if I took the box off of there and they no longer checked it, now they're going to waste their time coming in for an interview. So they might take the bus, drive, get a ride, whatever it is. I take my time to schedule it. We all set it down. We sit down. We start having a conversation. We talk about all of this stuff. And then I might say, hey, you know what? We run background checks here. After I run your background check, is there something that I'm going to find that could potentially, that you might want to talk about? And they're like, oh, by the way, I was convicted of this. And then all of a sudden I have to say, well, you know what? Sorry, because of what you have been convicted of, I cannot hire you. So now we've just wasted their time. They could have been out looking for other jobs. They could have been applying at other places. But now they came down and they can no longer be employed here. And so their time has been wasted, possibly cost them money, time away from whatever else they were doing. My time was wasted as an employer because they came in there. And so now everybody's time was wasted. This, members, is a bill that I believe has good intentions, but in reality does absolutely nothing to help these people gain employment. That is why I urge a no vote on 1388.
Further discussion on House Bill 1388. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look at the definition of employer on page 5, you're going to find out that this bill applies to all businesses that have 4 or more employees. So this is reaching down into the small businesses. One of the things we heard from NFIB in their strong opposition to this bill is that for these very small businesses, they utilize this initial application as their starting point. In other words, even paying for a criminal background check for some of these small businesses is an expense that they like to avoid. And we heard testimony that, in fact, for many small businesses, if the box is checked but the individual explains their circumstance, that in many, many instances, this is not something that they are screened away from as far as the job, but the small business owner utilizes that information to engage with the applicant. And so it's an additional burden on the small business. And quite frankly, for the large corporations that have their own human resources department, if you ban the box, what's going to happen is, yes, they're going to select 15, 20 people, but they have the resources to go ahead and do criminal background checks on all of them before they decide who they offer an interview to. So respectfully, this is one more instance where we burden the small business people who don't have the resources of a human resources department, but we don't do anything on the other side. The large corporations have the resources to still address the issue and whether or not they want to be including these folks in their interview pool. So I urge a no vote.
Representative Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Carver, thank you very much for your statements. You know, and I have to say, you guys are on the wrong side of history. That's just plain, and I'll tell you why. And there's actual evidence to that. Because the same arguments that you are using here today are the same arguments that were used against age discrimination and against disability discrimination. Exact same arguments. Exact same. Decades ago. Not even original on the argument. Exact same. So when the government said you can't ask about age and you can't ask about disability, guess what happened? There was an increase in hiring of older workers and of disabled workers. Actual evidence, decades-long evidence, to support that your statements are on the wrong side of history. What we're looking to do is move Colorado forward. As we saw in committee, that when you actually ban the box, you see that within just 30 days of employment reduces a 3-year recidivism rate by more than 30%. I'm not looking to grow government in corrections. I'm looking to reduce it. And so if we hire individuals, within their 30 days, it reduces the recidivism rate by more than 30%, which means that's less of a burden to taxpayers. I want to be on the right side of history, and I know what it is because we already have examples of it. I hope you want to be on the right side of history too. This is the way to go, and that's why we're seeing other states do it. Let's not strap ourselves in to the cart and buggy, or the horse and buggy, on the superhighway and watch everybody pass us by. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Willett?
Members, this is one of those bills. You know what I mean by one of those bills? It's one of those bills that doesn't make sense.
You or you? Which one?
And the more you dig, the more you try to figure out what it's really all about. Let me tell you what this is really all about. And I want to thank Representative Salazar for opening that door about 5 feet wide. This is about creating felons as our next protected class. It's about then being able to sue when you don't hire a felon. What words were used? Age discrimination, disabilities. That's really what this is about. It's going on in California right now. The EEOC has also taken a position on this, encouraging and paving the way for lawsuits against employers who don't hire felons. Now, why does this bill not make sense on its face? Ask yourself. The big employers, it's nothing for them to do a computerized or web-based background check. They probably have whole departments. They don't pay anything at all on economies of scale to do that. So they already know before the interview if it's a felon, if it's a registered sex offender, if there's any glitches on the record. So they don't care if the box is banned. It isn't going to affect them. They have their own internal box already filled out. So then you say, if you really wanted people to have a chance for the employer to hear, yeah, I had a felon, but here's all the mitigating circumstances, so that the employer made a good, fair decision as to whether to give an interview, as a body, we should mandate that employers have the box there, but then have lines saying, list mitigating factors and explain your background. If we really cared about people and to give them a chance, that should be the bill. So I'm saying we're going to ban the box. Guess what? If you ban the box and you don't have the ability to explain your record, then these employers who go online and do the check, they're not going to grant the interview, so it actually hurts the people. So when I see a bill, and no one gave me an answer to that, I heard this in committee, and I asked the proponents, not one person could deny that this would hurt some people by those employers who do their own computerized background check, their own internal box, and then say, this guy's a felon, I'm not giving him an interview, or her, because she or he never gave a chance to explain the mitigating circumstances. So where is this going? This is going to become the next protected class. Now, I think some of my brethren on the other side think that that probably is good policy, and that that's the way to get these oftentimes motivated hard workers back into society. I'm not ready to go there, and what I particularly don't like is a bill on its face is not really doing what the proponents are saying it's doing, and I'm convinced there is an ulterior motive, and it's not just my opinion, because there's articles already written about the experience with EEOC in California civil rights. You got to vote no on this if we want to deal with whether or not criminal history should be the next protected class in our society. That's a whole different discussion. And what I would say is there are good employers out there who have affirmative programs to hire people with criminal records because they oftentimes are great workers. Well, then let's be transparent and get that up front and encourage that. Let's not lay the trap to bring the trial lawyers in and have a heyday on the backside on employment litigation.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we just heard Representative Willett says that this bill doesn't make sense. That's what he said. He said that this bill doesn't make sense. Well, let me explain to you how it does make good sense. In the state of Colorado, we have 1.5 million people in our state that have a criminal background record. That's 1 in 4 in the state of Colorado that is in the criminal database. I can tell you that that means something to them as it relates to them being employable. This bill is about fairness, this bill is about equality, and it's about breaking the cycle of poverty as it relates to work discrimination. When you have a criminal background record, it is hard to get a job. And what this bill will do is just asking employers to delay getting that information initially on their job application. So what we're trying to do here is to open up opportunities, open up ladders of opportunities, and not have the door shut just because you have a criminal record. This is not new legislation across the nation. 7 other states have similar legislation. Hawaii, Illinois, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Oregon all have adopted this type of legislation, which is called ban-the-box legislation. So this is nothing new. Employers will still have the opportunity to conduct that criminal background check. That will be done at a later point.
Representative Fields, hang on just a minute. Thank you. Every now and then we ought to pay attention to the well. Thank you, Representative Fields. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, when you can't have a job, if you don't have access to meaningful employment, it's hard to make ends meet. It's hard to provide for your family. And when you're stuck in a situation where you don't have any money and you don't have any employment, you might start doing desperate things that might create a cycle for you to go back to prison. What we're trying to do in the state of Colorado, with the spirit of public safety, is we're trying to create opportunities to get these people back to work. They need employment. And if we can delay that opportunity for them to get employed, we want them to get employed. That's the most important thing about this bill. It's about giving them an opportunity to get the interview so they can be employed, so that we can break that cycle of poverty for them so they can find meaningful employment and have income, to keep them from going back to a lifestyle that led them to whatever criminal activity that they had. So members, this is a good bill. This is something that we need to be doing in the state of Colorado because we have 1.5 million people who are watching what we're doing as it relates to this very important topic. So vote yes.
Representative Thurlow? Representative Thurlow. Wasn't sure.
Thank you,
which
Madam
one of
Chair.
wanted-
Thank you, members. I just wanted to bring up a situation that I think many of you have not considered, and this is a real-world situation, and I think the sponsors of the bill would be interested in this. And I think I was interested in Representative Becker's comments that the military has found that some people with criminal records actually are pretty good, and they figure out a way to be good, and maybe they're incentivized to be good, and so they have better records. I want to tell you about my former business. We ran a printing company. We had some operations that had to go 24/7. There's some big machines where we're taking a roll of paper and cutting that paper down to a certain size, and there's a big setup cost when you first start to do that process, and then the goal is to keep the machine always running, because every time something happens and you shut it down, your costs increase. So we try to run 24/7. The problem when you're doing that is you have times that it's very hard to find employees that will work 24/7 over the 4th of July weekend or Memorial Day or Christmas or New Year's. And here's one of the things that we found in our business. We have in Grand Junction, we have a work release program. It's part of the county jail situation, and they have people who have done various crimes, and they have to go to the work release. They live there, and then if they get a job, if they can find a job, they're able to get out, and for a 8 or 10 or 12-hour stretch, they're out in the community. And of course, that's their best life. They like that when they're out of jail. What we found is that subset of employees are very good, because you can hire them and they'll work over the 4th of July weekend and over Memorial Day. And then some of them will turn out, just like any employee that you hire, some of them will turn out bad, but some of them will turn out good. The easiest way for us to find those people is when we get an employment application. If we have that information readily at hand, we can know that that's their situation, and we say, we've got a certain number of jobs that fit that situation. They're people that we would want to interview and go through the process at least and determine if they're suitable for our situation. Here's what happens if you don't have the box. Now they're competing with other people that probably just on the resume have better qualifications, because they're competing with other people that have had different jobs and different experiences, and if they've been in jail, especially for any period of time, they probably haven't had as many good things happen to them, or as much schooling, or high school or junior college or whatever it is. The resumes for those people probably don't look as good as the people that have served a jail time or are in jail right now. So I guess I just ask you to think about that. We're trying to help a certain subset of people. We're trying to help them become good members of society. By taking away the efficient communication tool, are you really helping them or are you hurting them?
Representative Windholz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to say that this is not the first thing that a potential employer will look at. I mean, they don't look at the checkoff boxes. They look at, more than likely, the resume and the qualifications. Then they'll go back and look at the miscellaneous. And if they have this box checked, it opens up the discussion. I have a family member who spent a year in prison, came out, and was hired by a printing company. He now makes 6 figures. He's a very, very good employee, a very, very good man. And not only that, my husband, who is in the construction business, he looks at the qualifications of this person. This person was a welder, a very good welder, and went out and did a demo. He hired him on the spot. So this checkoff box has its upside. And so I'd just like to mention that. Also, the fact that you're going to turn around and find businesses who don't do this. This is very anti-business, and you're not going to have the cooperation and the expansion of jobs that you think you're going to have. So I would definitely ask for a no vote on this.
Representative Del Grosso, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the logic of this bill, I've seen statistics that show that if you don't have a college degree or a high school diploma, it's harder to get unemployment. So by the logic of this bill, should we now also ban employers on applications from asking about education history? Because if it's about, well, it's harder for somebody to get employed, maybe we shouldn't ask them certain questions. I'm just wondering, by the logic of this bill, should we now ban asking all education on applications as well?
Representative Melton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And wow, Representative Del Grosso, you gave me so much material. Where do I start? Well, let's start with the argument that you're 43 years old and that's different in some way than being a felon because you don't have control over that. Gee, that sounds like a lot of privilege. That sounds like you are making the assumption that a felon wakes up every morning and says, what crime can I commit today? Because it's all about choice. It's not about the circumstances that I might be facing, about the circumstances of being able to feed my family or make a living, and unfortunately I don't have all the choices that you may have had in your 43 years. Just sounds like a lot of privilege there. You talk about how the bill takes away the conversation and that the conversation needs to take place between the employer and the employee. The bill doesn't take away that conversation. The bill doesn't say you can't ask the question at the interview. All it simply says is on the initial application, you can't ask the question. But when you walk in for the interview, that could be the very first question you ask. So the conversation can definitely take place. You talked about how there may be positions where you need to know if there was a criminal conviction because it may be with children or something like that. I don't know if you read the bill, but turn to page 3, line 6, and it talks about how this does not apply if federal, state, or local law prohibits employment of a person with a specific criminal conviction. Read the bill. You know, I've been sitting here and I've been hearing about how this is somehow an overreach, or it's, you know, that there's a hidden intent in the bill that we're trying to create some protected class. I think Representative Willett said that we're trying to create a protected class, like this is a slippery slope. That's got about as much logic as a butterfly flapping its wing in LA and it creates a tsunami in Asia. This bill specifically spells out that you just can't ask the box or the question in a box on an application. If you don't understand the bill, take 5 minutes and read it. The bill is simple. It creates opportunity for those who have not been given the opportunity to actually deal with their skills. I get the whole argument, well, what about education? Let's not ask education. Members, we're talking about if you're qualified for a position. So yes, you do need to sometimes know if they've got education. So again, thanks for all that material. I haven't had this much fun in the well in a while. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, so we have several over here wanting to speak and several over here wanting to speak. I think Representative Buckner was next, Representative Del Grosso, and then you're next after Representative Buckner.
If an asshole calls me out, I need to be able to go.
Representative Melton, you did make an error in what you just said. It was inappropriate to insult people by suggesting they hadn't read the bill, and I do want to point that out. Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to insult anyone. I just want to share a story with you. As you all know, my husband was a high school principal for many, many years, and he had a student who graduated from high school and unfortunately made some bad decisions. He went to jail, ended up as a felon, and he realized his wrongdoing. And when he got out of jail, he went back to school and completed his master's. Then he went on to finish his PhD. And we've stayed in touch with this young man for years. No, I don't need a Kleenex. I just don't like being laughed at when I'm telling a story that to me is so impactful. This young man realized his wrongdoings, and like I said, he went back to school and got his PhD. Every time he went for a job interview and he had to check that box that he was a felon, unfortunately, it kept people from taking him seriously. Yes, he tried to further better himself. He tried to get past the interview, but so many times he was not allowed to do so. Unfortunately, this kept happening. He did find someone who eventually hired him, but he went through so much just to get a job with a PhD. The frustrating thing is, when you're a person of color, unfortunately, sometimes that's what comes up first. You're a person of color, then you have a felon, so you don't get past that box. This is an opportunity for fairness to let people get past what they've done in the past. There's a great article in the Aurora Sentinel this week that talks about the FBI statistics that show that African Americans account for 28% of total arrests, even though they represent just 13% of the total population. Unfortunately, some of the greatest disparities in the criminal justice system can be found in offenses with people of color. So I guess what I'm saying is, ban the box, give people an opportunity to get past what's going on, what went on in their life. And most people who are very sincere about getting hired, during the interview, they will admit that they were a felon, but they can let the person look at their credentials and then move forward. So I am in strong support of this bill.
Thank you, Representative Buckner. I'm going to take just a moment to remind us that we are in the last 3 weeks of session, and we are all a bit raw, and we are all a bit tired, and we are talking about issues that we feel passionately about. So let's be good to one another. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Melton, I wouldn't consider being over 40 a privilege. I would sure as heck not like to be over 40, but there again, time has chosen that I don't have a choice. So how you consider that a privilege, I guess maybe when you're over 40, you'll think it's a privilege, but most people over that age probably don't consider that a privilege. And Representative Melton, I did read the bill, and I read the bill, and I do get what this bill is going after. And my point for the 18-year-old one is, if I have that on the box, or if I have the box on my application, and now somebody comes in and wants to sue me because I have that box on there, they might not know that I have, of the 200 employees I have, let's say I got 200 employees and one of them's under 18, and so that one person, but all of a sudden, I am now getting drug into court because they don't know that I have somebody under 18 and they don't know that I can't hire somebody that has certain convictions. And now all of a sudden I've had to spend all kinds of money going through litigation to prove that I've got this one employee that's under the age of 18, and therefore I have a right to have that on the box. And I've also read the bill, and I've also listened to your comments and Representative Salazar's comments about being on the right side of history, and you keep bringing up age, race, disabilities. Those at one time were not protected classes, but now are. So this bill is nothing more than a vehicle to make convicted felons a protected class, which opens employers up for more litigation in the future. That is how I read the bill. That is how a lot of people in this chamber read the bill, and that is why I am a no vote.
Representative Conti, I think you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I come to you as a former small employer. My husband and I had a small business where we were, it was a new offshoot of an existing business that he had run for many years. We had a total of 3 in our business, in our fledgling little business. And the reason that I bring this up is if you check page 5, lines starting at line 8, employer means every person, including a public service corporation, manager or assignee, association, person's firm, and private corporation who has 4 or more people regularly engaged. We're talking about businesses with 4 or more. So I can tell you that when you are at that size and you take on another employee, you have to be taking on someone who is capable of wearing multiple hats. You're not taking on someone who's solely going to sit at a computer and do data entry. You're not taking on someone who is solely going to drive a truck and do nothing else. You are at the point that so many jobs have to be done by every single person, and every single person has to be able to step in and do something else because someone else has been temporarily asked to go fill and be on this conference call or be on this sales call or whatever they're doing. And there needs to be that kind of flexibility. And you never know when. You might have thought that they're never going to be handed a corporate credit card, but they're going to be handed a corporate credit card because that shipment has got to go out in the FedEx system in order to be at that customer's desk by tomorrow. And all of a sudden, the only person that's left is that last person that was hired. Now, this bill says that you can have that conversation. But you know what? When you are a small business and you are looking at hiring, time is money. Time is money. And you don't have time to pick up the phone and call someone and say, you know, and have that conversation and necessarily, or bring them in for an interview to find out. You do not have that kind of time. This is extremely small business penalizing. It is an affront to those entrepreneurs that are trying to be out there, that are trying to grow their businesses and create the jobs that we so desperately need. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Lawrence, you've been waiting patiently.
Okay, patience happens every once in a while. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill does a lot of different things. But if you read the bill on page 5, lines 13 through 15, you'll notice that what they want to do is mandate what private businesses in this state can do, and yet exempt every level of government. We currently have policies for state government where this box is no longer on the application. But this bill says, private employer, it's okay that you're going to possibly waste time going through that stack of resumes that's on your desk and possibly calling back some of these people for an interview. But you know what? Local and lower level governments, you can go ahead and keep that box, because we don't think there should be a level playing field across this state. And because of that, I move amendment, what's the number? I move amendment 002, L002, and ask that it be displayed.
L002 has been distributed and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this does is strip that language from this bill. If you're going to tell private businesses what they can and can't do on their employment applications, the same rule should apply to every level of state government. If, as I've heard from some folks who support this bill, that this is the right side of history and we need to be moving forward, then we need to move forward with everyone on board, not just telling private businesses what they can and can't do, how they should or shouldn't conduct their businesses. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not consider this a friendly amendment. We did have a discussion about this issue in committee. We already have the prohibition against putting the box on employment for state employees, potential employees. However, each city should have the authority to determine this for itself based on the votes of the citizens of that particular city or county. This brings into question the issue of state versus local authority, and we concluded that it would be best for individual cities and counties to be able to make this decision, not have the state telling them what they should and should not be doing. And so for that reason, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Which one of you wants to go? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Representative McCann, I find that argument very interesting, that you don't think we should tell cities what they should do, but we should tell private businesses what they can and can't do. To me, that's a very mixed message. If it's all right to mandate what private businesses put or don't put on their employment applications without asking their permission or getting their input, I think we should be able to mandate that for local governments too. If this is a great policy, it should be a level playing field, and everybody should be buying into it, because apparently, from what I hear, it's the right side of history. I disagree. I think if we're going to have truly a level playing field, then it should apply to everyone. Government at every level, private industry. So I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative McCann.
Just briefly, members, the other problem or issue with this amendment is that our Department of Labor and Employment cannot enforce, wouldn't be able to enforce this requirement with respect to a municipality or county government, whereas we do have the ability to enforce it with respect to private employers.
Representative Del Grosso, you were next on the list. No? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things I hear from people in my district is that in Washington, D.C., they're always passing laws but then exempting themselves. And I see this as one of a very similar situation, that we are trying to tell private businesses what they can and can't do, but then we're exempting the government itself from it. So I urge an aye vote on L002, and I thank Representative Lawrence for bringing it.
Representative Williams, did you want to speak to the amendment? No. Representative Del Grosso, did you want to speak to the amendment?
I suppose.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, all along, for the last 45 minutes, we've heard we've got to help these felons find employment, high recidivism rate. Let's force these businesses to do something that they may or may not want to do. We've got to help these felons. But yet, when it comes to state unemployment at the local municipalities, when it comes to working for them, well, let's not be in the business of telling local municipalities what they can and cannot do. So we've got no problem telling a private business what to do. Heck with them. But local governments, let's make them decide on their own. Let's let the voters decide. Let's do that. And heck with the felons that are trying to get employed by the local municipalities. Well, you need to go find employment elsewhere. Don't apply there because they can still ban you from having the box. The whole argument that is being made against this amendment basically argues against the whole entire premise of this bill. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Leonard, you were next. Are you ceding to Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a good amendment because it brings us all in. Let's be all in, not just private enterprise, but let's put the government in too. Let's make them do this. Let's mandate this on government too. This is a good amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment 002. Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. We pass a lot of bills and legislation here, but we always exempt the government. Why? I just went and checked it. Go in the back, our staff room. There are all kind of posters over there. Every one of them has a red sticker on it, says the employer is exempt. I don't know why we then pass them. So I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 002. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as has been stated by the other members who support this amendment, this just is going to create a level playing field and make sure that if this is truly good policy, let's apply it statewide at every level so that everyone is subject to this, because apparently it's what should be done so that Colorado can move forward and be on the right side of history. Let's also talk about the fact that if we're going to tell private businesses how they need to conduct their interviews and what they can and can't ask or have checked off on the initial application, which may or may not lead to the interview phase. Let's be really clear about that. Just because a box is checked or not checked does not mean that that person does or does not move on to the interview phase of the job application. But I think government needs to understand what they're doing to private businesses, and they should absolutely be subject to the same rules and regulations, the same procedures that we over and over and over again tend to inflict on private businesses across this state. Again, I would ask for an aye vote on this one. I think it's an important change to this bill and makes it really a level playing field across the state.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do rise in support of this amendment, although I'm opposed to the bill. But if the bill is going to have the credibility that the sponsors and all those who would vote in favor would have, it does need to have this amendment attached to it. It does, the words that we heard about we need to help our felons, we need to make sure that they get their foot in the door, we need to make sure that employers don't ban people on their first, before they even submit an application, then we need to make sure that the government, as an employer, follows the same rules. And while I don't agree that the individual that's sitting across and interviewing that potential employee should be anyone other than making the decision other than that person. I think if we're going to be honest with the intent of this bill, then we should vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative McCann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one thing clear, which I've already said a couple times, but we already have a law that applies to the state, so that people who are applying for state employment we do not have the box on our state employment. So we have already subjected ourselves to this requirement. The agencies over which we actually have authority are already subject to this requirement.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative McCann, you're absolutely right. Here at the state, we've already got that. But this bill, by the language in the bill, would not apply to local municipalities. We even heard the sponsor say, let's leave it up to the local municipalities, let's leave it up to their local voters and decide if they want to have this at their local level. So I guess what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
Are we doing a substitute amendment, Representative Del Grosso?
Yes,
All right.
Madam Chair.
We have we have 004 properly displayed as a substitute to 002. Representative Del Grosso?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, if we are going to not make this apply to local municipalities, and we're going to say, well, let's leave it up to them and let them vote, why not let all businesses vote to decide if they want this to happen statewide? Let's have it equally apply private business and government. Have them be treated equally. I urge an aye vote on L004.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I question whether this is germane to the underlying amendment and ask for a ruling.
We will take a recess while we have a title ruling.
Germane to the underlying.
Whether it's germane to the, whether it's germane to the underlying amendment.
Yes, he's going to withdraw it.
Oh, it's withdrawn. Never mind.
I will withdraw.
004 is withdrawn. Therefore, 002 is back to the discussion. We are continuing on 002. Is there further discussion on 002? Seeing none, all those in favor of 002, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. 002 is lost. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since we did not vote on L004, I can reoffer L004 and ask that it be displayed.
Now we're offering 004 not as a substitute but as a standalone. Correct, Representative Del Grosso?
That is absolutely correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Members, I rise to treat private business the same that we are treating our local governments. Why should local governments have privilege? We heard all about privilege a little bit ago, and it seems to me that this bill is granting special privilege to our local governments. Why should our local governments get special privilege? If we're going to allow them to vote and decide locally on what's best for them, why not let Colorado businesses vote and decide what's best for them? Vote against privilege. Vote yes on L004.
Further discussion on 004. Representative Lundeen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is a question, or is about a question, and that question is, are individuals who operate local governments inherently more moral and ethical than individuals who operate private businesses? It's really a question about, are we, in fact, all people, all members of the human race, with our strengths and weaknesses, challenges, foibles, and moments of brilliance, or not? I would argue this amendment is necessary, because if, in fact, the individuals who operate businesses and the individuals who operate local community governmental enterprises are all of the human race, they would all be subject to the same challenges. So this truly is if it's sauce for the goose, it should therefore be sauce for the gander amendment, and I argue in favor of this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment 004. Representative Leonard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would rise in support of this amendment by virtue of the fact that I would anticipate that the citizens of this state, like most of the populace in the United States, would be very fed up with government mandates on themselves without being able to vote on it. And I would say that these business owners would turn out in droves to be able to say that they don't want government to mandate who they do and don't hire. And at the same time, if they were to say these incarcerated people that don't have a break or don't have a chance are being paid for by the taxpayers anyway, then they would, in fact, vote in favor of it. But I think we would see a strong rising up from the populace, the people that we represent, and they would say that we are far more able to benefit people by hiring them directly rather than by having the government tell us whom to hire and whom to interview. So I rise in support of this amendment.
Representative Milton, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you can't create a special class of voters, and that's exactly what this amendment does. It takes us back 100 years. It's like landholders only being able to vote. Members, this is a no vote. It's pretty easy and clear and cut.
Further discussion on Amendment 004. Seeing none, all those in favor of what? Excuse me? Did you call? No, never mind. All those in favor of 004, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. 004 is lost. To the bill, Representative Williams, you've been waiting very patiently.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in support of House Bill 1388 for all of the reasons that my colleagues here have shared with us. You know, I've heard the conversations about how it affects other communities. I'm going to tell you what they're saying in my community, is that Representative Williams, I can't get an interview, let alone get a job. And the box on applications creates barriers for those who want to turn their lives around. There was conversations about whether or not this prohibits employers from having this conversation, better understanding those who they're interviewing. You can still have the conversation. It just moves it down in the interviewing process. If you look at your bill on page 3, it says you can't ask it until after a conditional offer of employment is made to the applicant by the employer or the employment agency. This does not prevent conversations. It actually allows you to have them as you decide to make a hiring decision. There's been conversations about the small business burdens. You know, you are responsible. As small business owners, you are responsible for implementing the law. And you will have to change your applications. This isn't going to take much. Change your applications. The law says what you can and cannot do, but don't allow this small step to create barriers for those who have a chance at employment. And so I want to ensure that there's no misinterpretations by businesses or small businesses on what they need to do when this law is passed. And so I'd like to offer L003, Madam Chair, and ask that it be displayed.
L003 has been offered and is properly displayed. Please explain, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this application says it doesn't matter what form of application you have. Some of you have small. You have hard copy applications. Businesses do it differently, but this is to also clarify that it includes electronic applications or any other way that you may have applications out there in your businesses, whether it be large or small. I want to make sure that there's no misinterpretation. And this is a friendly amendment with the sponsor, and I ask you for an aye vote.
Discussion about 003. Seeing none, all those in favor of 003, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 003 is adopted. To the bill. Is there further discussion? Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill, I rise in opposition to this bill. We hear a lot of words about we, and we've heard some more discussion about the responsibility of the small business owner is to follow the law. Actually, the small business owner's responsibility is to his customers first, his or her customers, and to his or her employees to make a profit, to stay in business, to continue offering the goods or services that he or she offers to the general public so they can voluntarily purchase those goods in order to enhance their life, increase the quality of their life, and perpetuate our economy with a flow of money and services that are rendered. That's the main responsibility. When the government comes in and then starts to interfere in that flow of goods and services and voluntary transactions, it only begins to disrupt those. And this is one of those bills that begins to tell the employer who they can and cannot hire as if they don't understand their customer and they don't understand their employees. We've heard Representative Del Grosso discuss how some employees felons cannot work around other employees because of the consequences of their actions in their felonies. In my business, I have hired people, I have interviewed people that have checked the box, and I have asked them what their issue was, and some I have hired because it made absolutely no difference to me, and I could understand the contriteness of their heart, and they have moved on. And others, whether it mattered or not, I didn't hire them for those reasons or other reasons. But to be able to say that we are going to willfully ban people from getting their foot in the door, well, that's my door that we're talking about as a general body, to say, I want them to have their foot in your door as an employer. And that if I don't have them, and I do have the box, there is a general intent here that's very misleading, that there's a blanket ban on people. And I do take offense to that because I don't blanket ban people when I seek to hire people. I want to see who they are and what job they can do and the character that they have. And so it's only proper to be able to better understand the person that is being hired by understanding their history, and it's up to the employer to make that decision. I don't think it's proper for the body to be able to say that our intention of our legislators is far more benevolent and compassionate than the employers. It's the employers that are the ones that are giving jobs to people and yet at the same time servicing their customers. They are the ones that are the most empathetic, the most compassionate, and the most efficient in meeting the right employee with their service that they have to do. So I would arise in opposition to this and let the employers decide who they should and shouldn't interview. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that the sponsor has good intentions. But I have kind of a personal thing that I want to talk about just for a second. I have two brothers that are felons. They made a mistake years ago, a mistake that they're sorry for. But they got out of jail and came back, and they have always had a job. They're hard workers. They learned to work on the farm, but they are felons. And I have gone to their employers. I love my brothers. have gone to their employers and said, why did you hire my brothers? And they said, because we asked them if there was something in their background that we needed to know. And they were completely honest with us. The box, I'm not sure if those employers had a box or not. But they had the right to ask, and they appreciated, at least with my brothers, that my brothers were honest in their response. And they hired them because they were looking for someone to work for them who was honest, even though they were felons. This bill, I know you don't mean for it to be, but it is another assault on private business. We do not need this in law in the state of Colorado, and I would ask that you vote against this bill.
Further discussion on House Bill 1388. Representative McCann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've had a robust discussion of pros and cons of this bill, and I would just like to address a few issues that were raised by some of the opponents. But I need my notes. So first of all, there's been a lot of discussion about this subjecting employers to lawsuits. Well, the bill itself is very clear that it does not create a private right of action against someone who feels they were aggrieved by a violation. And that is on page 3, line 27, page 4, lines 1 and 2. So it does specifically exempts a private right of action. So employers cannot be sued as a result of this bill being passed. Also, there is an exception for those who hire people specifically who have felony backgrounds, as we had some testimony about employers who actually want to hire people from the Department of Corrections. There is an exception for that kind of situation. So in closing, I just want to emphasize once again that what this bill does, it provides potential employees who have felony records or criminal history at all, it provides an opportunity for them to have the chance at becoming productive members of society. As was mentioned, 7 other states have enacted this kind of legislation. And one county in North Carolina, Durham County, they saw the application rate triple once they enacted this kind of legislation. And they saw 30 days of employment. Another study showed that 30 days of employment reduces a 3-year recidivism rate by more than 30%. And then another study from 2011 concluded that employment is the most significant factor in decreasing recidivism. 2 years after release, people with records who had gained employment were nearly twice as likely to have avoided further criminal activity. And I think we heard testimony in the committee members from people who have criminal histories about how they get discouraged. They apply over and over and over and over for jobs, and they never get interviews. They never make it past that initial application, and they lose heart. I mean, any of you who've applied for jobs know it is very discouraging when you apply several times and you don't get called back. Imagine what that's like for someone with a felony record. They just continually get rejected and lose any hope of finding a job. What do they end up doing? Well, they revert to the behavior that they know, which is criminal behavior. So if we want to increase public safety, if we want to give our folks who've made mistakes in their lives a chance to change that trajectory in their lives, we should pass this bill. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is very brief. I do have to rebut one point. Yes, the bill says the bill does not create a private right of action. That's like saying nothing. Because where do unemployment, equal opportunity commission claims come from? The feds. So if indeed this creates the next protected class in employment litigation, federal suits can be brought. The state cannot preempt a federal suit. That's the concept of supremacy. Second of all, the fact that a bill says this doesn't create any private right of action, it doesn't bar all private right of actions. A private right of action could still be brought on a different theory under civil common law. So don't be misled that there's no lawsuits that are going to come from this bill.
Representative McCann.
Well, as lawyers do, we disagree. The bill is very clear that the only mechanism for to pursue grievance is to file a complaint with the Department of Labor and Employment. There is no other mechanism for filing a complaint. This bill does not create a private protected class. It does not establish a new protected class. That would have to be done at the federal level, and this bill does not influence that at all. It simply creates a grievance procedure through our administrative process. So just to make that clear.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1388? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1388, please say yes. Yes. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1388 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again after the hearing of SJR 37.
You have heard the motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the committee will rise, report progress, and be granted leave to sit again after SJR 37.
House to come back to order. Mr. Kohler, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report has arisen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again after consideration of SJR 37.
The House will sit again the committee will sit again, after Senate Joint Resolution, the next Senate Joint Resolution. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has adopted and transmits herewith Senate Joint
Kohler,
Resolution
please
37.
Report the remainder of the message in the journal. Mr. Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 37 by Senators Carroll and Baumgartner, also Representative Moreno, concerning the Colorado Day of Remembrance of the Armenian Genocide on April 24th, 2016.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of SJR 37.
Seeing no objection, the rules will be suspended as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 37.
SJR 37 by Senators Carroll and Baumgartner, also Representative Moreno, concerning the Colorado Day of Remembrance of the Armenian Genocide on April 24th, 2016.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move Senate Joint Resolution 37 and request it be read at length.
Whereas, this year marks the 101st anniversary of the first genocide of the 20th century, the Armenian Genocide, when 1.5 million men, women, and children of Armenian descent were victims of a brutal genocide perpetrated by the Turkish Ottoman Empire from 1915 to 1923. And whereas, as a result, there are fewer than 75,000 indigenous Armenians living within the borders of modern Turkey today. And whereas the former United States ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, Henry Morgenthau Sr., stated in 1915, quote, "Whatever crimes the most perverted instincts of the human mind can devise, and whatever refinements of persecutions and injustice the most debased imagination can conceive, became the daily misfortunes of this devoted people." And whereas the killing of the Armenian people was followed by the systematic destruction of churches, schools, libraries, treasures of art, and cultural monuments that continues to this day in an attempt to eliminate all traces of a noble civilization with a history of more than 3,000 years. And whereas Colorado newspapers widely reported the extermination of the Armenian people, and Colorado communities generously raised funds to assist the survivors, known at that time as the Starving Armenians, as illustrated in the January 16, 1919 Denver Post front page story titled, "Campaign for Armenian Relief is Making Splendid Headway," and a July 30th, 1922 Denver Post front page story titled, "$60 million from U.S. Keeps Armenians from Extinction." And whereas in response to the genocide and at the behest of President Woodrow Wilson and the U.S. State Department, the Near East Relief Organization was founded and became the first congressionally sanctioned American philanthropic effort created exclusively to provide humanitarian assistance and rescue the Armenian nation and other Christian minorities from annihilation. And many of those rescued went on to survive, revive, and thrive outside of their ancestral homeland all over the world, and specifically in the state of Colorado. And whereas Near East Relief succeeded with the active participation of many Coloradans, including Governor Oliver Shoup, who concurrently served as Colorado State Chairman for Near East Relief in delivering $117 million of assistance and saving more than 1 million refugees, including 132,000 orphans between 1915 and 1930, by delivering food, clothing, and materials for shelter and setting up refugee camps, clinics, hospitals, and orphanages. And whereas in 2009, the New York Times reported on an official Ottoman document revealing that 972,000 Armenians disappeared from population records within 1 year between 1915 and 1916. And whereas each April, Armenians throughout the world honor their martyrs and commemorate the Armenian Genocide, a term first used by Raphael Lemkin, the legal scholar who coined the word genocide and drafted the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, explaining on CBS television in 1949 that he, quote, "became interested in genocide because it happened to the Armenians and their criminals were not punished." And whereas we commend Armenians of Colorado Incorporated, the Colorado Coalition for Genocide Awareness and Action, and other human rights organizations for their ongoing efforts to bring awareness and to educate the community, including our youth, about the Armenian Genocide. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 70th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we pause in our deliberations to commemorate the 101st anniversary of the Armenian Genocide, which will be formally recognized at a memorial service at 12:30 p.m. on Sunday, April 24th, 2016, at the Armenian Garden, established in 1982 in the northeast quadrant of the state capitol grounds. That we, the members of the General Assembly, hereby acknowledge April 24th, 2016, and April 24th of each year thereafter as Colorado Day of Remembrance of the Armenian Genocide, and that we express support for efforts toward constructive and durable Armenian-Turkish relations based upon acknowledgement of the facts and ongoing consequences of the Armenian Genocide and a fair, just, and comprehensive international resolution of this crime against humanity.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I request a moment of silence in honor of all the victims who perished during the Armenian Genocide.
Moment of silence will be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members. Members, this is an important resolution each year to remember the effects and the victims of the Armenian genocide. Last year, we acknowledged and recognized the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide, and this year we recognize the 101st anniversary. We, I think, owe it to many of our constituents who are Armenian to acknowledge the atrocities that happened. Yesterday we had the Holocaust resolution, and today we take a few moments out of our day to recognize the Armenian genocide as well and encourage everyone in Colorado to educate themselves about this issue and to recognize the atrocities that happened. Thank you.
Representative Wist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. About 27 years ago, I became a member of an Armenian family, my wife's family, the Kartosians. And I can tell you that since becoming a member of that wonderful family, I've had the opportunity to read extensively about this genocide that is not talked about as much as it should be. And it's not well known as it should be. I'm so glad that we're doing this resolution today, and I am proud to at least be an honorary Armenian and a member of my wife's family. I can tell you that we get together every 2 years for a family reunion somewhere on the West Coast, and it is a wonderful opportunity to spend time with just some terrific folks who have come to our country, who have worked hard, who have devoted their lives to being involved in our communities and to making sure that we never, ever forget the awful things that human beings can do to one another. I stand in strong support of this resolution. Thank you, members.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members. I rise in very strong support of this resolution. I had the wonderful pleasure to visit Armenia last year after session ended. And before that, I was in Turkey, and I really had a good time when I was in Turkey. And but when I was there, they were doing the Eurovision, which is a sort of like a American Idol in Europe. And so I was watching this show. It was the very last show at a bar. And I remember that there was the Armenian contingent who was performing, and we were watching this live. And I turned to the person next to me who was Turkish, and I said, "You do know what that's about, right?" And they said, "No, I have no idea." I said, "Well, that's about the Armenian genocide." No response. And I could just tell, even from that silence, that just jarred me. It just said to me that this is the very reason why we do need to talk about this. We do need to always bring it up. When we talk about crimes against humanity, we must always mention the Armenian genocide. So when I went to Armenia, it was right after the 100-year anniversary, which was, as was mentioned, we had commemorated that event last year, and they still had a lot of the flags up and a lot of the commemoratory sort of decorations and posters and things. And I thought to myself, wow, you know, here we have folks who are still impacted by what happened 100 years ago. Folks who are still in it, it's in their psyche, it's in the psychology, it's in their DNA almost, that they remember their family, many of them family members who had perished in this genocide. So I think it is incumbent upon us to remember them. And so today, on this day of this resolution, let us remember the victims of the Armenian genocide. Thank you.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And thank you, Representative Moreno, for bringing this again this year. We need to talk about it, and we need to educate people about it. I never read about this in a history book when I was growing up in high school. I didn't know about it. I prided myself as a social justice organizer for a pretty progressive organization And it was there that I learned about it because one of my coworkers, Stephanie, is Armenian. And she pulled me aside one day and said, I think we need to really look at this and we need to work on this. And I said, what are you talking about? And she started to tell me the stories. And she started to tell me about her family's history. And she started to tell me about the genocide. And I couldn't believe that I had never even heard of it. Thank you, Representative Moreno, for bringing this forward. And members, let's continue to remember.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. First off, Representative Moreno, thank you for bringing this. It is important that we continue to do this. And I also want to recognize Senator Tokshrop over there, because there's been years that she has brought this forward when she was a legislator down in this chamber and over in the Senate. And we do this to remember the history in the hopes that we don't repeat it. But we know through all the annals of history, we do repeat it. When I was at a dinner last year with the Armenian groups, at our table, one of the, I guess you'd call her a historian, she had learned about the Armenian genocide, studied it. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, we talked about the Holocaust survivors and the Holocaust, where she was talking about how the Nazis had come into Turkey to watch how they did the genocide against the Armenians and learned from it. Evil teaching evil will continue to happen until good starts teaching good and the light starts overtaking the darkness. And that's why we're here today. And we have to also look at what's going on today. The Armenian Christians that were targeted, Christians are targeted today in the Middle East, and it continues to happen. And it will continue to happen until that light takes over the dark. And so as we remember this today, let's go forward looking at how do we continue to make this world a better place. And we do it when we stand up against that evil, not just by recognizing the history, but recognizing the present.
Representative Klingenschmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in strong support of this resolution, and I would request that we display a map of where the genocide took place. I was presented this morning by 5 of my friends with the Armenian contingent. And you notice this is a map of Turkey, and the dates of the genocide range from 1915 to 1923. Every red dot up there is a site of a massacre during those years. And you can see it's everywhere throughout Turkey that there are, literally 1.5 million Christians that were slaughtered for nationalistic reasons. And it wasn't entirely a religious persecution, but they began to flee to the east, and many of them settled in Armenia, which is modern-day Armenia. And now they're bordered on the east by Azerbaijan, which is a largely Muslim region, but had Russian interests. So to the east of Armenia, there's this little enclave. It's called Nagorno-Karabakh, or the Armenian people refer to it as Artsakh. And that eastern little pink region is now today continually persecuted, and they're surrounded by their Muslim neighbors. And this region was given by Stalin to Azerbaijan at the conclusion of the war. And now that they are independent Christians but surrounded by Azerbaijan, they're struggling today for their own independence. And I just don't want to forget these people, because it's connected. The persecution happened 100 years ago, but today there is still persecution happening. And we need to remember that, and I rise in support of this resolution. And also, I support their movement to determine their own destiny, whether they join with Armenia or whether they become their own independent nation. These people should be able to decide that for themselves. And so I think that's part of the discussion. And I talk a lot about religious freedom, and this is one of the things we need to remember. So I urge a yes vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, Representative Moreno, for bringing this resolution. I rise in strong support of this resolution, and I want to thank the Armenians for their tenacity and courage and bravery in telling their story and not letting history forget what happened. Their community, their population was completely devastated. And instead of scattering throughout the world, moving on, they taught us all what it means to tell your story, to speak truth. When history books left their story out, when entire governments tried to rewrite what happened, when they faced great adversity, they knew that maintaining their culture, telling truth, would make a difference. It does make a difference. It makes a difference in your communities, in our community. You're an important part of our community. But a couple years ago, I got to go on a trip to Turkey, and it made a difference to the young people of Turkey. I met young people there that want to build bridges, that want to acknowledge what happened, that want to apologize, that want to move on so we don't repeat ourselves. And if you hadn't spent hundreds of years with that 100 years with that tenacity and courage to never forget and teach all of us, that wouldn't have happened. So thank you for your courage, and I strongly support Joint Resolution 37.
Is there further discussion on Senate Joint Resolution 37? Seeing none and seeing no objection to a voice vote. Oh, my apologies. Representative Kagan.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I think it's so important, and I so much appreciate those bringing forth this resolution, not only as a mark of respect to the Armenian people, but also for the historical significance and importance of remembering and talking about what happened to those people. And to underscore that, I want to tell you a quote to you, words written by Adolf Hitler in 1939. He said, "I have placed my death head formations in readiness with orders to them to send to death mercilessly and without compassion men, women, and children of Polish derivation and language." He said, "I care not. It is a matter of indifference to me what a weak Western European civilization will say about me. Who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians? We speak today, and we must continue to speak today. And no one may be encouraged in the future to say, who speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians? So thank you for bringing this resolution.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Joint Resolution 37? Seeing none and seeing no objection, the question before us is the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 37. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Senate Joint Resolution 37 is passed. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors to Senate Joint Resolution 37. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, we do have some some guests of Armenians of Colorado here on the side chamber. If you could stand in, please. And also we have former State Senator Lois Toktrop, who was an avid sponsor of this resolution in her time in the legislature. Thank you all so much for being here.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, if you want to, we can take a brief recess. You can introduce folks and we can say hello. The House will be in a brief recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Members, let's go ahead and greet our guest for a few minutes. House will come back to order. Next order of business is second reading, continuation of second reading, special orders. Representative Court. But the motion was that we shall resolve ourselves in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Seeing no objection, Representative Court will take the chair.
Righty. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested as they are printed in your folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The Cote rule is relaxed. Mr. Kohler, please read us the title of House Bill 1344. Oh, excuse me, 1444. Well, I'll get that close. 1434.
House Bill 1434 by Representatives Becker, Kay, and Kagan concerning disclosure under the Fair Campaign Practices Act of political communication that refers to a political party.
Thank you. Representative Becker Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1434, the Appropriations Committee report, and the State Affairs Committee report.
Thank you. Please proceed.
In the Appropriations Committee, we added a small cash fund appropriation of less than $10,000. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion about the committee report? Seeing none, is there all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report from Appropriations is adopted. Representative Kagan.
Madam Chair, the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report said that if one of these party political communications are made, they should state in the communication who paid for it, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion about the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the State Affairs Committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The State Affairs Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Becker Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, there exists a loophole in campaign finance disclosure law that if a public communication or advertisement only mentions a political party but not a candidate, then there's absolutely no disclosure or reporting on that political spending. 1434 creates a statutory disclosure obligation to address this loophole. It means that no advertising by any entity is banned, that you can still do anything that you can do under existing law. It just means that your spending is disclosed. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Kagan.
And members, another way of looking at this bill is if shortly before an election, somebody puts out a political communication saying Democrats are great, or puts out a communication saying Republicans are wonderful, this bill says that we get an answer to the question of says who. That's what this bill does.
Thank you, Representative Kagan. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002 and ask that it be displayed. Oh.
Do we have L002? Now we have L002. Thank you, Representative Neville. The amendment is properly displayed. Please explain, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, basically in the bill as written now, if you're a billionaire and you can afford to buy a newspaper or a broadcast association, you are exempted. This bill gets rid of those exemptions, but this amendment gets rid of those exemptions, but exempts social media from this bill. So if you share a social media post that's considered electioneering communication, you'd be exempted from having to report this. I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment 002.
Strike include social media. And then it also includes.
Does not include social media.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Go ahead.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Mr. Representative Neville, we just want to clarify what you're trying to do is a party communication activity includes social media and everything else? Is that?
Does not include.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment because it completely eliminates the requirement for disclosure if the advertising you do is done over social media. Well, it's ridiculous to say you've got to disclose who's advocating for a political party if you do it by mail, but you don't have to do it if you do it via Facebook or you buy ads on Twitter or something like that. Of course, these should be included. It makes no sense to say just because the ad is distributed via social media, it is not included, and therefore I urge a no vote.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Electioneering communications are electioneering communications, whether they're on paper or over the internet. So I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 002. Seeing none, all those in favor of 002, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. 002 fails. To the bill, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1434, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1334 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, I can't read today. 1434. See, I'm trying to wear my pretty red glasses and I can't see through them. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to 1274.
House Bill 1274, Representative Singer, also Senator Ulibarri, concerning the issuance of identification documents to individuals who cannot demonstrate lawful presence in the United States in connection with making appropriation.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1274 in the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just happened a couple hours ago, but Appropriations Committee approved the Appropriations Clause, ensuring this is cash funded, not coming from the general tax base, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion about the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative Singer to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill fulfills the promise from 2 years ago to make sure that we open up the appropriate number of driver's license offices to ensure public safety on our roads. When you pay your dues, when you learn the rules of the road, you should be able to get your documents. This is not just for anyone who's undocumented, but this is for the rest of us too who need to know that we go on the road. Everyone is kept safe. With that, I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1274.
Further discussion on House Bill 1274. Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1274, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. House Bill 1274 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 21.
Senate Bill 21 by Senator Donovan, also Representatives Mitch Bush and Becker-Kay, concerning recognition of the third Saturday of May as a state holiday in connection with designating the third Saturday of May as Public Lands Day.
Representative Mitch Bush. Representative Mitch Bush, yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 21 and the committee report.
To the committee report, Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we amended the bill, and as you can see on your committee report, what we do is, in that amendment, is add a few words to clarify, and then we take out a section and put in its place a section from the Bill 15-1225 by Representative Rankin and Representative Becker, which clarified some of the issues about public lands. I'd ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Representative Kay Becker, anything further? No. Representative Neville?
Members, I urge a no vote on the committee report. The bill had some pretty decent language that said that the federal government should consult with the state government on federal lands issues. The committee report kind of changed that and made it that we should cooperate. The fact of the matter is the federal government's just not cooperating with us very well, so I'd like the stronger language that said they should consult with us.
Representative Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was prepared to ask for a no vote on the committee report. I followed this bill with some interest since more than 70% of my district is public land. I mean, it's literally narrow valleys surrounded by outback, you know, savanna, wildlife, public lands, vast. So I followed it with a lot of interest because, you know, this is probably the most important issue in my district. In fact, the great amount of dissatisfaction and frustration in my district because of the inability of local people to engage in and work with the federal government in the management of public lands and the decisions therefore is the biggest issue in my district. So I followed the bill with some interest. I was especially curious about the sponsorship. And then I saw the Senate version come over and I said, well, that's good. It lists, it calls out, you know, a lot of the specific problems that we have. And I was prepared to ask for a no vote on this, on the committee report. However, Representative Miss Bush pointed out that the exact language that was used to replace the committee report is what Representative Casey Becker and I wrote last year, and I think a really significant bill. 1225 that has led to the state and the counties out west working together very effectively, particularly on endangered species issues. So I would say that what that language does is emphasize the need for cooperation, the need for local involvement. You know, I think it's an adequate replacement. I'm not totally happy with replacing the detail, but I do think, because I wrote it, it's an adequate replacement for the emphasis on community involvement. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote on the committee report, and we'll talk a little further on the bill.
Further discussion on the committee report. Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to the committee report. It's L012. I move this amendment and ask that it be displayed.
L012 is an amendment to the committee report. It is properly displayed. Please discuss it, Representative Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to speak with one of the bill sponsors, but I did not have the opportunity to speak with both of the bill sponsors. In this conversation of the three levels of government, federal, state, and local, interacting in a positive way, this amendment seeks to expand, give a little bit of context and color to that, and acknowledge the fact that our local law enforcement individuals have, in fact, a public safety responsibility. They have local knowledge and understanding of the circumstances in the areas. And what this amendment would do is to add that color of information into the law. It says simply in definition of partnership that partnership would be one which acknowledges the unique capacity of law enforcement to positively influence matters of public safety. So on another bill, but same content or similar content, we heard testimony from county sheriffs saying that as they interact with the good folks from the Bureau of Land Management or the USFS, sometimes that relationship is not an even-handed relationship. Sometimes there's a big brother, younger brother. In fact, the word bullied was actually used. So what this does is it takes this piece of legislation and it intends to add the color and the context of the fact that this should be a one hand washes the other. We're all in this effort together type of effort, and I would ask the sponsors whether they would accept it as a friendly amendment.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lundin, I appreciate your participation in this conversation about public lands. I think the relationship between public safety groups, whether they're federal, state, or local, on public lands is pretty well established. I think they work really well cooperatively together. I don't think adding the amendment actually contributes anything to the bill. They are all, whether they're the National Forest Rangers, National Park Rangers, state fire chiefs, all have a unique capacity to positively influence matters of public safety on public lands. So for those reasons, I don't think the amendment really adds anything, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a Routt County Commissioner, where there are wildfires and there are many issues of cooperation between the various law enforcement entities, I signed six in the 6 years I was there, AOPs, annual operating plans. In Colorado, every county that has any amount of federal land signs and puts together a very complicated MOU. That's what it is. It's a memorandum of understanding between federal, local, state law enforcement, and between the commissioners themselves, as well as, of course, and I want to be specific about this, the county sheriffs. Those AOPs then outline in great detail what firefighting responsibilities are, the steps for a Type 1 incident, what the Type 1 incident commander does, what the others in the chain of command do. These are very detailed, very cooperative agreements that, again, we see in our counties that have federal lands, and I know of them firsthand because I participated in 6 of them. We, the county commissioners, would get together with all these parties and actually have exercises, role-playing exercises on a real fire or other type of law enforcement situation. For example, a non-fire law enforcement situation that we experienced in Routt County, which required the use of the AOP, was when the Rainbow people came to Routt County. Thousands of people came to the National Forest, and we could all deal with them very effectively because we had already worked together and agreed with the various agencies. So, coming from a county with 55% federal lands and representing a county with 75% federal lands, I believe that there is already a high level of cooperation, which includes local law enforcement and all the other groups. So I really don't think this amendment is needed, but I thank you for it.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I am one of those guys who has a county that's 75% public lands, and I will say there is a bad relationship right now between the feds and the county. You can call Rose Puglisi, Scott McGinnis, or John Justman, any of 3 of my county commissioners, and they will tell you of the strained relations with the feds on BLM lands and the Colorado National Monument, where they're cutting off access, where they're disallowing events, where they're stopping citizens from being simply able to drive from Grand Junction to Glade Park to fill up with propane gas. There is a very strained relationship now, and it's getting worse. I'm not going to go Cliven Bundy on you or Ken Ivory on you, but there is a very interesting debate as to who should have these lands and sovereignty over these lands. Having said that, if you look at this language, that's about as soft as it can be. It doesn't call for preemption of either agency. Look at the language. It says, partnership which acknowledges the unique capacity of local law enforcement to positively influence matters of public safety. That could not be any more
Hang on just a second,
friendly and
Representative Willett.
innocuous.
Hang on. I know it's getting to be time for lunch, but let's quiet down. And speaking of lunch, we are working through lunch, and it is my understanding that everyone is responsible for their own lunch. Thank you, Representative Willett. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please
Thank you, Madam Chair.
continue, and let's be respectful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I was saying is if you just simply look at the wording of this, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of it, frankly, my constituents would have it much stronger. They would say the sheriff is the primary law enforcement officer of any of our lands over there. So I think this is about as soft as one can go, is very respectful when it says things like just a unique capacity of local law enforcement to positively influence matters of public safety. So I would really ask that we put aside this kind of tension of federalism and big national control and recognize that this is a way to bridge the current tensions that are going on. So why not reach out a little and give some love, if you will, to our local law enforcement?
Thank you. Representative Lundeen.
Grandma taught me that you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. So I walked up to this podium with what I thought was honey. Soft language that simply says, hey, we're all in this together. We've got 3 levels of government. Let's just make a big statement that lays over the top of all the closely negotiated agreements that we have, the operating agreements, the MOUs, the ongoing engagement and operational training that we do together. And let's put over the top of that a little bit of honey that says, you know what, local law enforcement actually has a responsibility and a capability to be engaged in a positive way. Well, since the honey isn't getting me anywhere, let's go to the vinegar. Bullied. Who thinks a county sheriff should be bullied by a federal agency on land that is within that county sheriff's county? I am not an individual who thinks that's appropriate. I think this simply begins to establish a tone that says we are all in this together. The county sheriff and the good folks from the BLM and the USFS, they do need to play well together. That's what this language does in a very soft way. But I do think it is important to change the tone of the conversation, because for a county sheriff to come in and testify before this body that they are being bullied on their own land is completely inappropriate, and we need to change the tone of those interactions.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Becker and I were just listening and hearing the discussion. And although we find in the counties that we represent that we don't have this type of problem of bullying that you were talking about, we have listened to your points and have been persuaded by them. We will accept this amendment as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Mine, Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lundeen, you got some power. Bring back the honey. I rise in support of this amendment.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. My district is 72% federal or tribal owned. And in 3 of the 4 counties that I represent, I am in constant contact that there's a situation going on basically on access and road closures. County have had county roads for 80, 90 years under RS 2477. Forest Service and BLM have gone in and put in barricades. It has led to civil unrest. It has led to people being jailed. And I think what we need here is coordination, because when I talk to my local BLM and Forest Service personnel, they're my friends and neighbors, and they understand. But what we need to understand is they're not the ones making the decisions. The decisions are being made in D.C., and it's being made by people who have never been. They've never had their boots on the ground. So I think coordination is the answer, that we work together with the state agencies, the state of Colorado, the counties, and come up with a solution that works for all. So I support this amendment.
Thanks for bringing more honey. Representative Lundeen again.
I just want to thank the bill sponsors for their consideration of this amendment. Thank you very much.
And I think Representative Carver wanted to make a comment. Representative Carver.
I rise in support of this amendment. I think it is unfortunate that the House committee deleted the language, particularly that raises the issues of wildfire mitigation and the serious threat of invasive species and the documented, long-standing failure of the federal agencies to deal with that serious threat to our local communities. So I am sorry that language was deleted. I think the Lundin Amendment is important, and I rise in support of the Lundin Amendment.
All right, is there further discussion on Amendment 012? Seeing none, all those in favor of 012, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. 012 is adopted. Are there, Representative Rankin?
Madam Chairman, I move Amendment L011 to the committee report and ask it to be displayed.
L011 is now displayed. Please proceed, Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, there are many issues on dealing with public lands and our federal partners, and we could probably be here all day if we listed all of them and made amendments. There are things like the Forest Service continues to put gates up on roads that have historically been recreation and county roads. Oil and gas development on federal lands has essentially been shut down. I mean, there's very little going on anymore. There are thousands of endangered species on the list that need to be taken care of. Grazing rights are under stress. Waters of the U.S. threaten waters on these lands. We talked about jurisdictional issues just now. Shale, there's more energy in my district in the Piceance Basin than there is in the world. And it's captured in a vast deposit of shale. And there were 5 research projects going on 5 years ago. None of them, one of them is sort of halfway in existence because of federal decisions and actions. We could talk a lot about it, but I want to, in this amendment, offer just one more to put into the declaration on the bill, because we, this state, are a leader, and I have recently been on panels with our governor and Governor Meade on endangered species treatment. We have been, because of the bill that Casey Becker and I ran last year, Representative Becker, we've got the leadership in the nation on local participation in mapping and taking care of the sage grouse. So I want to emphasize that on behalf of really our leadership as a state, and our governor is very active in it, I want to emphasize the leadership of local citizens taking care of wildlife species. We are very much in the leadership of saying this should be a local people and local decisions instead of a multi-state BLM or Forest Service pronouncement. So I think this is very important to us for any declaration we make, and I would ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Rankin, for all your engagement in a productive way on public lands issues. And I welcome local governments being involved in leading efforts to protect endangered species. So for that reason, we consider this a friendly amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Rankin. My constituents in Routt County have been engaged in these efforts around the sage grouse for over 20 years. Most of them are ranchers. They have worked very closely with the state and federal government, and certainly our state is one of the leaders in this. And my hat's off to John Swartout for that, and to the governor, and we see this as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also come down in strong support of this amendment. Another shout out to the governor's office and John Swartout in particular. The fact that Colorado has worked with our landowners on a case-by-case basis to protect the sage grouse is a much better solution than having the federal government come in and just do a blanket ruling. So I am strongly in favor of this.
Further discussion on Amendment 011. Seeing none, all those in favor of 011, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 011 is adopted. Now we are back to the committee report. Representative Mitch Bush, are there further amendments? Seeing Representative Brown, an amendment to the committee report or comment on the committee report? No. Representative Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to speak a little more to the committee report. I think that, what we got from the Senate was a list of very specific items, and those were important. I liked that a lot. But in the process, the committee, I believe, put in this general language coming from our bill last year. We've added 2 really good amendments. We might perhaps more if I talk long enough. So, the committee report now reflects this thing that I feel very strongly about, and that is that local government has to be involved, local people. We've got ranchers that have been on this land for hundreds of years, a couple of hundred, who actually know where the sage grouse live. They know that wild horses are taking over terrain that elk and bear and other animals used to inhabit. They know this intimately. They know every river and valley in the whole area. So those are the people that know best how to take care of endangered species. So I think we've got a pretty good committee report here, and I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would move L013.
013 is moved and properly displayed. Please explain your amendment, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is it puts back in what the committee did in taking out lines 17 through 27, which I think is very important that we keep in the bill. I don't know why the committee would take that out. The lines that they took out, it says Coloradoans overwhelmingly prefer to maintain the historic balance between conservation and public access to public lands and reject additional and unwise restrictions on public access via roads and trails. Why not have that in the bill? What's the matter? Why did you take that out of the bill? Secondly, Coloradoans recognize the need for giving a higher priority to proactive management measures to conserve and protect national forests from invasive and harmful species and from wildfires. What's the matter with having that in the bill? I don't understand. That's why I think that it needs to go back in. Thirdly, Coloradoans believe that federal agencies from the President should consult with state and local elected bodies, including the General Assembly, before designating new national monuments. I think that we ought to have a say in whether we have new national monuments or not, instead of just having the President declare that. And fourthly, Coloradoans would be well served to reform and greater legislative oversight of the current federal regulatory process. That's something else that we absolutely need to have in this bill. I think it was wrong with the committee report that they took that out, and therefore I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Brown, but we do see this as a quite unfriendly amendment, and as we already heard from Representative Rankin and the amendments to the committee report that have already been accepted, that Representative Rankin and others see this committee report as balanced. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Carver.
I rise in strong support of the Brown Amendment. My fellow legislators, look at the substance of what was taken out in the House committee. These are the top issues of concern that Coloradans have with federal public lands. Do we want a public lands bill that straightforwardly addresses the issues that we have with the federal agencies that are managing public lands? What is more important to our communities than the economic impacts of federal agency management decisions? For my community, the failure to properly manage federal lands for invasive species and wildfire mitigation, which puts my communities in imminent threat. My small communities of Cascade and Green Mountain Falls along Highway 24, north of Highway 24 is federal lands. We have done yeoman's work with thousands of volunteers going on to other lands in the surrounding area doing wildfire mitigation. And yet, despite all of our efforts, my communities along Highway 24 are under imminent threat of destruction because the national lands north of Highway 24 have utterly failed in how they have managed those lands in cleaning out all that dead wood and in effectively dealing with invasive species. Certainly, we can recognize the importance of federal public lands in our state and what a benefit that is to our state, while still recognizing those areas where we need to address the problems. And that's what this language does, is it says, here are some areas of concern, let's work together to solve those areas. And so I rise in strong support of the Brown Amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Tyler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not here to say yay or nay about this amendment, nearly so much as I am to say we're ready to go across the hall for the climate change debate. We have all debaters here. We have lunch over there. And as noted by the Majority Leader, we will be working, but we will have somebody over there that can watch the display boards and let you know if there's a bill coming up that you want to talk on or if it's your bill. So please feel free to join us over there. We're going to hear from Mr. Lair, Dr. Lair, first from the Heartland Institute, and then from the other folks, and we'll be going in a couple minutes. And to the amendment, send friendly vote no.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, members. I'm beginning to think we need to have height restrictions around here like they do at McDonald's, except the opposite. If you're under a certain size, you can't come up here. Members, you know, I don't really know if this is a good amendment or not. I think we need to work on coordination and everything. But I can assure you in my district, and let me talk about my own personal situation. In San Miguel County on the Dolores River, I work a great deal with the Tamarisk coalitions, the conservation groups, and we've done some great things. But the missing person in this area is the Bureau of Land Management. We are on private land, surrounded by thousands and thousands and thousands of acres, and we have invasive species, non-native species, that are taking over. We spend thousands of dollars on our own, thousands of dollars through these groups that are working to help us. But with the winds, storms, we are overwhelmed by seeds traveling either through the air or through the water to get to our lands. And we need to make sure that the federal government, in this case the Bureau of Land Management, is aware that we are good partners. We are stewards of the land. We don't want to do anything to destroy our land. It's our value. But we need some help from the federal government in realizing that, one, it's necessary that we work together in a coordinated effort. There's strange things about in chemicals between Forest Service and BLM. They're managed by different agencies. We have a chemical that is very effective on these invasive species. They are legal to use on the U.S. forest. They are illegal to use on BLM land. Members, we need coordination and realize that we are a team and be part of the management of these federally managed lands. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I have brought this amendment is because it is so specific, and the wording of the current amendment 001, SA 001, is not specific. And we're talking about a balance of values of preservation, conservation, and economic productivity. Why should we be against those specific things? We're talking about a balance between conservation and public access to public lands. Why should we, why aren't we in favor of a balance? And why don't we specifically say that? My amendment puts back in the proactive management measures to conserve and protect national forests from invasive and harmful species and from wildfires. Why not put that specifically into this bill? I think those are important things that need to be specifically brought out, not just some vague wording that really doesn't mean anything. And then also, should the state of Colorado, the government of Colorado, our local governments be asked before the designation of a national monument? I think that those things are important. And that is why I will go ahead and continue to support this amendment to the committee report. And I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I've been kind of quiet on this one, and strangely enough, Chaffee County is only 83% public land. So why would I have kept quiet? Because I wanted to make sure I understood what the concerns were. For those of you that do not live in areas that are dominated by public land, you do not realize that you are losing access to that land. When you come to Chaffee County from downtown Denver, you have access to public land and think it's unbelievable, and it is. It's fantastic. You have access to millions of acres. It's unbelievable. But what you don't realize when you live there, for those of us that look to that area for daily access or weekly access or seasonal access and find these roads that are blocked, find the places you do not have access to, find the trails that no longer can you ride your mules on, then you start to realize what's happening to our public lands. They are slowly but surely being controlled by someone that's not us. And that's not right. How many of you, that we've lost a lot in the chamber so there'll be a limited survey, how many of you have been in any area of public lands in the last decade that said, welcome, you have more access than you had a decade ago? That would be about Zippo. You do not have more access today than you did 10 years ago. You have less access. Less access. The other point I would like to make, Representative Brown says you ought to have local input before you have a national monument. Let me tell you how it works, since we happen to be in a county where the last one showed up. When the official group came in to survey the residents of Chaffee County, you could not find a place to park in the city parking lot because the buses from Metro Denver that were filling the lot to bring in people to convince the ones who are listening and doing their due diligence to hear the people locally, doing their due diligence to find out what the people of Chaffee County felt. Might is right. That's the way it works on that. Whether you like it or you don't like it, the obvious point I'm trying to make is when you do seek local input, you may not get the local input. Again, as we look at this, I support Representative Brown's amendment. You think you're gaining access to public lands? You are losing access to public land.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Wilson, that's well said, except you forgot to say one very important thing. We are actually loving our public lands to death. Because when you talk about these closures, and we talk about the growing population of Colorado, and people that move here to want to enjoy our great outdoors, what you're finding is they are barred from those certain areas. So what you're getting is a much, much larger group concentrated in smaller areas, and they are causing great harm to the environment. They're doing a great deal of damage to the trails. And members, we need to spread that love and get this access to all of Colorado rather than closing the access in one area in order to destroy another. And that, my friends, is exactly what has happened. If you don't believe that, come out and visit us rural legislators out in that area. We'll take you out and show you what's happening. I have BLM land in my district. That's basically Adobe Mountains. And what you're finding there is people are barred from certain trails. So they're going on to these other areas. They're riding the ribs of these adobe hills. Erosion is cutting huge grooves into it. Members, you are loving your public land to death. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment 013. Seeing none, all those in favor of 013, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. 013 fails. Back to the committee report. Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've discussed the committee report. I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
All those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill designates the third Saturday in May as Public Lands Day in Colorado. The purpose of having such a day is to celebrate our public lands and all the things they provide for us, and also to be able to further educate about our public lands, about how they're managed, about what they do, and about all the good things that they provide. Let me tell you a little bit about what our public lands do for us. They provide for wildlife habitat, especially for big game species. They provide for migration corridors for those species and for others. They provide grazing lands via permit with ranchers. In my county, most of the ranchers I know in the summer graze on those public lands. These public lands clearly provide rest for the soul, both for us who live in these areas and for people from the Front Range throughout the country and throughout the world. Moreover, these public lands are an economic benefit, a huge economic benefit for one of our most important industries, and that is outdoor recreation and tourism. Moreover, outdoor manufacturing, which is quickly becoming a very important industry in my counties and in all the mountain counties, it provides well-paying, benefited jobs. It's critical for them to have these public lands, and these public lands then benefit them. Moreover, public lands benefit both construction and real estate in the mountain counties, as well as construction and real estate throughout our state. In the same way as construction and real estate are benefited, so all the industries along the I-25 corridor are benefited, because one of the reasons those industries come here is because of our public lands. So let's take a day, a Saturday, the third Saturday in May, to celebrate the magnificent public lands in our state. Thank you, and I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote on this bill. I think it's a great way for us as an entire state to celebrate public lands. More and more people are moving to Colorado. When they move to Colorado, the reason they cite is the great quality of life, the access to public lands, whether that means if you're a fisherman, a hunter, a hiker, a bird watcher, you can find huge benefit to the 1/3 of the state of Colorado that is public lands. And I want to clarify, this isn't just national public lands, federal public lands. This is state and local public lands. We can all benefit in so many ways. This is just a quintessential part of Colorado. And today being Earth Day, it's an especially appropriate day for us to consider this bill to celebrate one of the key aspects that defines Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I may vote for this bill, and I'd like to thank the Democrats, many of them front-range Democrats, for bringing such a bill. I'm still astounded at the sponsorship on this bill, which left out most of the people that actually are in and have districts that incorporate public lands, but not quite sure exactly what you had in mind. But thank you very much for bringing such a bill. If I vote for this bill, I am not voting for the current federal management structure on federal lands. My people are totally frustrated. We got a list of problems, some of which I enumerated. Maybe I'll do it again for you. But, you know, there are so many issues that frustrate and inhibit Western Colorado because of federal management of public lands that we must assert the state's cooperation. We must be a more powerful partner. We must exercise the full strength of the state's muscle in those areas those limited areas where we can, in order to be a strong partner. And things like public safety and firefighting and road management and for sure endangered species protection. What I'm voting for, if I vote for this bill, is the declaration that says the local community must be involved. The federal government must consider the local people, and the state government, by the way. When we started this, when I first came here 3 years ago, we were working on sage grouse. The state had one map, and the counties had another, and they fought each other. Today, they're working together. We can be better partners by cooperating between the state and local government and asserting ourselves to the federal government. If I vote for this bill, that's what I'm voting for. I am not celebrating the federal government's management of the lands that surround my district.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Rankin very well said.
Madam Speaker, whoops.
Madam Majority Leader.
No,
Madam.
For you, Representative Corum, I know I am the madams available, but...
The Queen of the Court, would that be it? I'm not sure exactly what you are.
Please continue.
Thank you. You're trying to divert me, I know. Yeah. Representative Rankin, thank you very much, because I totally am in agreement with you. You've only said one thing today that I've disagreed with you, and you were talking about the wild horses. Members, we have our lands being destroyed by something Representative Rankin referred to as wild horses. The fact is, they are not wild horses, the vast majority. They are feral horses. They are horses that have been escaped from ranches, let go because the value is not there, turned out on the public lands. They're reproducing, and they are certainly destroying the wildlife. I've watched videos of them chasing elk and deer and other animals away from watering holes. But what we really need to do is celebrate that we do have these lands, but we also need to recognize that these lands are being mismanaged. We can manage these much better with a coordinated effort between the state of Colorado, the counties, the municipalities, and let the people of Colorado really decide what is best way to manage these lands. I think it's important that we keep these lands accessible to the public, but once again, let's don't love our public lands to death. Let's manage them so they're there for future generations and not shut everybody out of one area to destroy another area and then ban them from that. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's no doubt that public lands are very, very important to the state of Colorado, and especially to our districts on the western slope. And I think it's a very, very good thing to go ahead and designate the third Saturday as Public Lands Day. I think it's important that we celebrate public lands. It is very, very important to our economy on the western slope. I think that those public lands, as has been mentioned before, could be managed better, and I don't think we have any disagreement in that. And I think that it would be better to coordinate closer with our local governments, but I will be in favor of designating the third Saturday as Public Lands Day.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 21. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 21, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 21 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill. Let's see if we have some sponsors here. 1322. Oh, Representative Quorum is here. So, Representative.
House Bill 1322, Representatives Pedersen and Quorum, also Senator Dominic, concerning requirement that health benefit plans required to cover contraception reimburse dispensers for dispensing a multiple month supply of prescription contraceptives.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would move House Bill 1322 and the committee report of health care, public health.
Well, thank you, Representative Quorum. To the Public Health Committee report. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just had some technical fixes that brought everybody in support or neutral on the bill, and we ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a good bill. It's very important. You know, I'm going to give an example of last week. We were late. I didn't get home till midnight. I had a prescription ready at Walgreens. I got busy on Saturday and forgot to get my prescription. I remembered about 6 o'clock. I ran to the pharmacy and it was closed. I'm very concerned I may be pregnant.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that that's a great example of what's at stake here. Really, this is about reducing unintended pregnancies, making sure that women and families get to choose when they are going to have a child. And I wanted to, so this is basically, right now, you have to be covered for 1 month of prescription each month. You get a prescription from a doctor for 12 months. Unfortunately, you're unable to have the opportunity to say, you know, can I just take my 12 months of birth control home and make sure that no matter how busy I am, if I am leaving the country, whatever it may be that you actually have access to this birth control continuously. We know that when women have access to 12 months versus 3 months or 1 month, that it actually reduces unintended pregnancies by 30%. So this does not increase any of the costs. It just ensures that women have continuous access to birth control. And Kaiser is in support. Nobody is opposed to this bill. This is important for women, especially women working multiple jobs. Not John Kaiser's, if I heard you talking about that. Kaiser Permanente is in support. And this ensures that women who live in rural areas who don't have access to pharmacies, we've heard a lot about that this year, that they can actually just take their 12-month home, that they have that opportunity, or have that 12 months delivered. So this is a great bill, and I ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1322? Representative Jay Becker. I was just waiting to see if you could get through Representative Forum.
Thank you, Mr.
Continue.
Speaker Pro Tem. I wasn't going to say anything, but that last statement threw me off guard. I'm just making sure you all know that in rural areas, we do have great rural pharmacies that, because of the bill you pass out of here, you have access to.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1322? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1322. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. House Bill 1322 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 134 by Representative Danielson and Representative Kagan.
Seeing no objection, the committee will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 134. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 134.
Senate Bill 134 by Senators Heath and Garcia, also Representatives Danielson and Kagan, concerning professional licensing for military veterans in certain professions.
Representative Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, I move Senate Bill 134.
And to the bill. Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 134 says that when military veterans have received training in how to drive vehicles when they apply for a commercial driver's license here in Colorado, that training and education and experience be considered and may be deemed by the Department of Revenue to be having met some of the qualifications or all of the qualifications at the department's discretion towards a commercial driver's license in Colorado.
Representative Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just add briefly that this bill makes it easier for veterans to enter the workforce. And we should do what we can to give them the respect they deserve and help them as they seek jobs when they come back. So I strongly urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 134? Representative Rupe.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. Members, this one's very similar to a bill we passed, which was 161197. And that one opened up a great deal of opportunities to our veterans through DORA for licensing. I wonder if the sponsors could speak to what the need is for this particular bill. Thank you.
Representative Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A good question, Representative Rupe. And for those members who might be confused by the bill summary, it does not reflect accurately the bill content. We've amended out the emergency workers. The only thing that remains in this bill is commercial driver's licenses. And simply put, they weren't covered in Representative Carver and Representative Melton's bill. And we met with them just to make sure that we were still doing a good thing and that they were great with the bill. Senator Heath wanted to move forward. It's just not covered in Representative Carver's bill. So again, we hope that it can get through.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is pretty interesting. So I remember in my experience, we had lots of, that's kind of what I did in Iraq because we ran convoys and stuff, and we had military members that were specifically trained on specific military models of vehicles, from HETs to M85s, all sorts of different things, and they transported anything from ordinances to just simple barriers around. And typically in the process of that soldier's career, we would kind of put all this in their counseling statements, and throughout their history of their career, that would all be documented, and it would kind of explain what missions, what training they've done, and then include other training. So what specific documents could they include in their work towards their CDL? Does this bill outline any of those specifics, or is it just more generalities? Because that's what I'm kind of curious about, because a lot of the documentation gets lost, but if we included those very specific counseling statements, I think that would help.
Representative Kagan.
My understanding of this, Representative Neville, is that it is up to the applicant for the commercial driver's license to say, by the way, here's some stuff I'd like you to consider, and then for them to be able to choose what they put forward. They could put forward a voluminous record or a small record, or maybe make oral representations. We don't specify that, but we want to make sure that the Department of Revenue, the Division of Motor Vehicles, will consider it and just say, look, not just say, well, that's irrelevant. So we'll consider it, and we'll look it over, and then we'll decide which, if any, of the qualifications are deemed to have been met.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify, there is no conflict between this bill and the Veterans Occupational Licensing Bill that Representative Melton and I ran earlier in the session. So this is a totally complementary bill, and I am in support of the bill.
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing this bill. I do have a question about what the current practice and the current standard is within the Department of Revenue and then the Department of Military Veterans Affairs. Specifically, I'm referencing the fiscal note, and you'll see the Department of Motor Vehicles within DOR has previously established a Vets to Trucks program. What is that program? How does that work? And how does that conform with what you're trying to do here?
Representative Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was a similar question, actually, that Representative Neville just had. What I've got in front of me, and I can show it to you in a second, is a military skills test waiver. The idea when the military groups came in, when we discussed with them how this would be used in practice, the idea is if it seems like relevant experience, then they can choose to waive the skills that are required or the test. The training, the payments, the time, everything that goes into qualifying for these tests is lengthy and expensive for the veterans. So the idea is that, simply stated, the department needs to consider this experience, and hopefully will get them a license without requiring them to go back for more schooling and more expensive training time in the field.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And maybe I missed a portion of this. I didn't hear this in committee. There we go. I'll get it one of these times. Thanks for correcting me.
I'm sorry, Representative Becker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's okay, Representative Becker. Please continue.
There we go. In listening to this, I haven't heard, in reading through this really quick, are we waiving fees on this as well as we're moving forward in this program, or is it just waiving the driving portion of it?
Representative Kagan.
Mr. Chair, no, we're not waiving fees. We're not waiving the driving portion. In fact, we don't require the waiver of anything, but we do want to require that DOR at least consider it and is authorized to then do what is appropriate. I suppose that could include if they don't require a driving test because they look at the military record and they say this vet certainly doesn't need to do the driving test. I imagine that they would exercise their discretion to say, not only do you not have to do the driving test, we'll deem it done, but of course, under those circumstances, I imagine that the fee for the driving test will be waived.
Representative Sias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L002 is moved and properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Sias.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to compliment the bill's sponsors on expanding opportunities and qualifications for military members, and this would simply add an additional qualification to those available to our fine military members between the ages of 18 and 21.
Representative Kagan.
Ask for a title ruling.
A title ruling has been requested. The committee will stand in a brief recess. Committee will come to order. The chair rules Amendment L002 does not fit under the title. To the bill. Representative Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. To the bill. Senate Bill 134, very simply put, will help veterans get jobs. Jobs that they're qualified for and jobs that we want them to have right here in Colorado. This is your chance to make it easier for someone who served our country to enter the workforce, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 134? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 134. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 134 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. I move to lay over House Bill 1436 by 2 bills.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1436 will be laid over 2 bills as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. I'm going to speak very, very slow. I move that House Bill 1425 be heard immediately, and we proceed out of order for House Bill 1425 by Representative Hamner. Thank you.
You've heard their motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the committee will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1425. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of the House Bill 1425.
House Bill 1425 by Representative Hamner, Senator Roberts, concerning the requirement for licensed child care center to obtain records for child enrolled in the center on a short-term basis.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1425 and the report from the Education Committee.
Representative Hamner, I believe you have a Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report.
Oh, well, yes, I think it was that committee. Thank you.
To the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report, Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we ran an amendment to narrow the scope of the bill to clearly identify that we're talking about child care centers in ski areas. So I ask for your support of the committee report.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Representative Hamner, in my district specifically, we have a Taekwondo school. And the Taekwondo school is running a summer program that just lasted a few days. CDPHE came down and ruled that that is a child care facility, even though they're only running classes for up to 2 weeks at a time. But with this committee report amendment, this would exempt the Taekwondo school and be only specific to ski schools. So no other professionals other than just skiing.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Neville, for the question. The issue came to me from the ski area child care centers. And what happens is parents come to ski or participate in some of the resort activities going on at the ski resorts, and they drop their children off, and they're traveling sometimes from around the state or around the nation or from around the world, and they don't necessarily travel with their immunization records. And so what the bill does is addresses that specific problem. And the amendment in the committee narrowed the scope of the bill to address the problem that came forward to me to carry. If there are other issues or problems, I personally am unaware of them and think that that would fall under the title of a different bill. So I didn't want to broaden the scope of this bill and create other issues that were not intended in the scope of the bill. So I ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way the bill was drafted, and if we don't adopt this, then the situation that Representative Neville brought up, if it's for less than 60 days or between 15 consecutive day periods, so it would exempt out all of those small areas that are still having issues. So I get the ski school thing. I totally understand that. It's crazy for those people to have to travel all over with their immunization records. But I guess I'm trying to figure out why would we not want to solve that same problem, because there are several other areas as well that this bill could also fix. So why are we wanting to just narrow it to the ski school?
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if there, like I said, if there are other problems elsewhere, I'm not aware of them. They didn't come up through the testimony in the committee around this bill. And as you can imagine, these are delicate negotiations between the Department of Human Services and CDPHE. And I'm trying to solve a problem that was brought to me through this narrow focus. If there are other problems, then I'm not aware of them. Or they could be, I don't want to open up a can of worms with other issues for the departments while just trying to address this situation. So I ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1425, as you heard through the discussion of the committee report, is an attempt to clarify a problem that the ski resorts are facing as parents and families travel around in the country and the state and internationally. And I ask for your support. It clarifies that the ski areas and families don't have to prove the immunization status for children that are just dropping in these centers on a very short-term basis. It clarifies the length of that stay during the text of the bill, and I ask for your support of House Bill 1425.
Is there further discussion? Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003 and ask to be displayed.
Just change the shout on that.
Amendment L003 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Everett.
This is a very simple amendment. It just changed one word on page 4. So it allows a little more flexibility with these businesses they may actually disclose instead of shall. So instead of forcing them, shall, force of law means 100%. Always has to do it. This allows a little more discretion with these ski schools that they just may do it instead of forcing them to do it. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Everett. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. First of all, the ski areas already display this information for all of their patrons, and also it's something important for other families just to be aware that they may be, their children might be exposed to other children that don't have the immunization, and we thought that that was something they should do. It shouldn't be optional. So ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, they're already doing it. This shouldn't be an issue, but changing that language allows some flexibility. Instead of putting more burden on these businesses, they're already getting taxed because of the current laws. It is. I think this just makes a decent bill better, and I think that I might be an aye vote on this bill with this amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Amendment L003 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1425. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? House Bill 1425 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of the House Bill 1432.
House Bill 1432, Representative Winter, concerning the rights of employees to inspect their personnel files.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of 1432 and adoption for the committee report from Judiciary.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did a lot of work in Judiciary. We had several amendments. One amendment took out banks and credit unions as they are governed by federal law, and we wanted to make sure that we weren't asking them to do something that contradicted federal law. The second thing we did is public employees are covered under CORA for inspection of their personnel files, and so we made that very clear at the request of the Attorney General. The third amendment we did was to ensure that if employers already aren't keeping personnel files, we aren't making them start that practice, and that if they are getting rid of personnel files, we're not having them change any practice. The fourth thing we did was the employer gets to determine what is confidential. And the fifth thing we did is former employees can only request their personnel file once. And with all of those changes, it made it a fantastic bill nearly, and I encourage I vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L008.
Amendment L008 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment came from a fantastic discussion and from some concerns that Representative Carver had. And this amendment ensures that pieces of the personnel file that include complaints from an employee to an employer that should remain confidential, whether it's a safety concern, whistleblower, something between two employees, shall always remain confidential. And I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment L008 is adopted. Chair's judgment, Mr. Minority Leader. Representative Winter, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I encourage an aye vote on 1432. This gives basic access to personnel files to employees and former employees. Why this is important is right now the only way to get that information is through discovery. And this information could actually prevent lawsuits. It provides fair information to ensure that both the employer and employers have that. And I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a question for the sponsor. Who can look at these reports right now? Who can an employer show these reports to currently?
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brown. Currently, it is up to the employer to decide, and so in this bill ensures that access can only be done at a time that's convenient for the employer. If an employee requests access, they have to pay for it. They can only access it if the employer has a human rights person, not human rights, a human resources person. And so basically right now, there's no standard of who can and cannot see it. This ensures that employees have the ability to see their own file.
Representative Brown.
My question is, thank you, Mr. Chair, who above the employee can look at these files?
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brown. That is up to the employer.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. I guess then I can show those files to anybody. I can see anybody comes in, they say I want to look at so and so's file. I can just show that to anybody.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most businesses have standards around this, and they're not showing them to anyone outside of the Human Resources Department.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, this seems like those files are personal property of the employer. And it seems that should be up to the employee as to whether they want to share that with of the employer, whether they want to share that with the employee or not. And I think this is taking private property rights away from the employer. I think it opens up a whole can of worms as to what might be in those records that they might not want to show to anybody. And, I just have a problem with the bill because of that.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brown. In this bill, we made sure that it is, one, up to the employer to decide what in the file is confidential, what they won't be showing. And we specifically say they do not have to release or show anything that is part of an active criminal investigation, an active disciplinary investigation by the employer. And we're merely trying to provide all employees the same right. Currently, all public employees are covered under the Colorado Records Act. And this ensures that other employees have the same access.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Winters. I just want to say thank you so much for working on this. When this bill was introduced last year, I did not like it. And I know that the stakeholders met from, I think, the day after session ended, I'm looking out the window, until probably just recently. And I think that this is a good example of a problem and of everyone coming together, working in partnership, being able to hash it out. I know that there's lots that got put in here that you're not real crazy about. I think that the business community can probably say the same thing. I think that this is a really good example of good, strong collaboration and working together. And so I would strongly support everyone, ask everyone to support this bill. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, if the employer can just, you know, declare what is private, what can't be shown, why do we need the bill? I just don't see. I think it's an infringement on private property of an employer, and I do not see the reason for the bill.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brown. The reason that groups like NFIB, KC, C3 all came together, negotiated this bill, are in a neutral position is because they realize that the cost to the employer of going through discovery, of having a lawsuit filed just to get information from a file, is actually a larger cost than being able to provide the employee information from their file. And so I encourage an aye vote.
Madam Minority Leader. Assistant Minority Leader.
Man, I get promoted every time I come down here. This is awesome. Members, the reason I voted no on this bill is kind of goes to the point that Representative Winters made. The business community negotiated this because their members are already doing this. The majority of businesses have policies in place that allow their employees to have access to their files. So this bill just isn't necessary. I don't know why, again, we continue to tell private businesses what they can and can't do, how they should and shouldn't handle their employees. They make adjustments in their business practices on a daily basis, and the companies that I talked to said we already have a policy in place that handles this. This isn't necessary. So I just don't think this needs to be in law in Colorado. That's why I'm a no vote, and that's why I'd ask for a no vote on this bill.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1432. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. House Bill 1432 passes. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of the House Bill 1436.
House Bill 1436 by Representatives Pabon and Janal, also Senators Newell and Baumgartner, concerning prohibition on edible marijuana products that are shaped in a manner to entice a child.
Representative Pabon. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we move House Bill 1436 and the Business Committee report.
To the Business Committee report. Representative Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Business Committee report basically amended the bill to substitute in place of resemble the form of animal, human, or fruit to are in distinct shapes of a human, animal, or fruit. Geometric shapes and products that are simply fruit flavored are not considered fruit. Products in the shape of marijuana leaf are not permissible. and nothing in, anyways, they changed that in several places, 2 places, one for medical and one for recreational. So it just, I ask for an aye vote on this.
Well done.
Any further discussion on the Business Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Business Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Business Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Janal did a good job of talking about the amendment we worked out with the industry piece to ensure that there were some certain products that were preserved. But what this bill does ultimately is get after a practice and a product that is simply confusing to those innocent bystanders, our children, who can't tell the difference between a infused human shape, animal shape, or fruit shape product that contains THC. And we've seen a number of accidental ingestions. We've seen a number of emergency room visits. We had a report that came out just Monday that described these very occurrences. And so as a practical matter, as a good public policy matter, we need to make sure that these products are simply off the shelves of our state, in our state. And so that's what this bill seeks to do, and that's what this bill does. We ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1436. Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, let's not forget the importance of parenting here. That when these items end up on a kitchen counter or in a place that they're accessible to kids, I don't think we should be kidding ourselves that legislation is going to have any impact whatsoever on that behavior. The most important line of defense here to children putting the wrong thing in their mouths that's harmful to them is effective parenting. We don't need this legislation. Furthermore, when you talk about prohibiting the sale of things by size, whether they resemble fruit, whether they resemble people, whether they resemble animals, I'd suggest to you that we're not doing a good job in terms of writing legislation that's clear. If you're a regulated entity that needs to look at this law and determine what precisely am I prohibited from doing, prohibiting the manufacture of something in the shape of a fruit, an animal, or a human, I'd suggest is not particularly clear, and we're not doing our job as lawmakers if we allow that to go into the books. So I strongly urge a no vote.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm still trying to figure out whether I'm a yes or a no on this bill. When the bill was introduced, I was a no. For some of the same reasons that Representative Wist articulated. However, there was an amendment in committee that spoke to the issue of the fruits. And so that may get some of us to a yes vote. Representative Pabon, there was a amendment in committee regarding fruits, and I'd like to hear about that amendment again because we approved the committee report.
Representative Janal.
Just for the clarification, that substitution was shape of a human, animal, or fruit was substituted, and also included was geometric shapes and products that are simply fruit flavored and not considered fruit. The products in the shape of a marijuana leaf, for example, are permissible.
Representative Sias. Excuse me. Representative Sane. Well, Representative Sias, were you first? Sorry, Representative Sias. He was next on the list, even though you stood there. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I have some, I am certainly in agreement with Representative Wist that there's a limit of what we can do legislatively to fix really stupid and irresponsible parents short of actually coming into the home and supervising what they're doing. So I share his viewpoint on that. But I also voted against this bill for a different reason, and that is, quite honestly, I don't think this bill does anything. You know, when we had the hearing, passed around was a little paper plate that had on it 14 marijuana-infused pieces of candy. And I looked at that, and looking at it as a parent of young kids, I realized that there was a virtual 100% certainty that any of those items left on the kitchen table would wind up in my 6-year-old's mouth if the dog did not beat him to it. The problem I had was that reading the bill and engaging in dialogue with the sponsors, not a single one of those 14 pieces of fruit would actually be banned, or excuse me, pieces of candy would actually be banned under this bill, save there was one that looked, maybe if you stretched it, several of us looked at it, it might in fact have been a cherry, but we couldn't be sure. So the problem I have with this is, you know, I do think, and I say this to my freedom-loving friends, as much as I agree with Representative Wist on the state acting as a parent, I do think that constitutionally we have not only the right but the obligation, the same constitutional amendment that legalized recreational marijuana authorized us and in fact mandated us to regulate it. So I do think we have the power to do this. The problem is I don't think this does it. And what I think it actually does, and I'm ordinarily a believer in any incremental movement in the right direction, but here the problem is when you have something that in fact doesn't accomplish anything, yet lets the industry claim that it's doing something to protect children, I think that accomplishes exactly the opposite of what we want to do. Where we were to take those words, human, animal, or fruit, and replace them with candy, I think we might actually be accomplishing something here. But with this bill as written, I think it actually is an illusion of movement in the right direction, but in fact accomplishes nothing. I urge a no vote.
Now, Representative Sane, sorry about that.
That's okay. Let me just lower this after Representative Sias. Members, I'm going to urge a no vote on this bill. I understand the intent is good. However, there wasn't any study or any evidence presented with this bill, I understand, in committee. I don't see any study or evidence presented today that this would actually change behaviors. I believe Representative Sias and Representative Wist are right. This is about parenting and effective parenting. Now, if there were to be a study, I would suggest to our co-sponsors of this bill that perhaps if they made it in the shape of broccoli or rhubarb or celery, I don't know, maybe it'd discourage kids from eating it, but there is no study saying that this is actually going to have any effect. So I think this will be a personal responsibility issue. I'll be a no vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1436, Representative Wist. Are we still on the Business Affairs report? No, we finished that. We're on the bill. Representative Wist to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'll be brief. I just ask that you use your common sense, and if you haven't looked at the handout that was distributed in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee, I urge that you do that. Because on the top of this are the items that are prohibited. We have gummy bears and what appear to be orange slices, and then on the bottom we have a bunch of what look to be pretty similar items that would be allowed under this bill. So utilize your common sense in determining what kids are attracted to. Are they attracted to shapes of animals and fruits, or are they attracted to something that looks like candy? So I again suggest to you that our primary line of defense here already exists, and that's good parents who are doing their jobs, making sure that, that their homes are safe for their children. We do this in a number of areas. It doesn't require that we legislate this. So given the fact that this bill does not accomplish its intended purpose, and if anything injects more confusion and ambiguity into this area, I urge a no vote.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, like Representative Lipsack, I'm
still gathering information on this. And I don't disagree that children are attracted to bright, shiny things in shapes of candy or any kind of food. So possibly this bill does not solve all the gamut, but the Constitution does allow this controlled substance to be regulated by the state. So I think it's valid that we have this discussion. I would take some objection to the line that the biggest defense here are the parents, and the parents' control over absolutely everything that goes into the child's mouth. And I would speak as a father that I wish I had that kind of control. Inside my household, maybe I do, possibly, except in back their pillows, and definitely after Easter and Halloween. But I'm more concerned about the children's mixing with other children who may have in their lunch boxes or out in the playground or at the ball field little candies and bright, shiny things that could get in the hands and be very much of an attractive nuisance to my children. So while the argument might be okay that the parents are there, and I'm a big believer in strong parental discipline, we cannot control once these items are out there in the marketplace that they're not going to get into the hands of children. So I would say that there's definitely two issues here, and I'll continue to gather information so long as the argument is not about, don't worry, the parents are there. Thank you.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the thoughtful conversation. And so right here, what I have here is a breath mint in the shape of a house, right? And so if this was on, and this is a serious conversation, Representative Leonard, you brought up some good points. There's all kinds of different shapes that might be appealing to children, but we're not regulating that industry like we're regulating the marijuana industry. Why is it, and this is just an open question to anybody, is this shape okay? Maybe we should start regulating the breath mints a little bit more if this house is not appropriate. If this looks, I don't know. I'm just trying to have a conversation. I'm aware that this breath mint doesn't have pot in it, but it could. Should we say that marijuana edibles should not be in the shape of a house? I mean, I don't know. That's one of the questions that I'm asking. How far do we need to go with regulating this industry?
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this measure. And Representative Lebsack, with respect to the breath mint, as you pointed out, no, that breath mint does not have marijuana in it. But if it did, it could send that child to the intensive care unit. And one of the things that we did here in committee was that over the course of the past few years, close to 19 kids have been admitted to the ICU. And those are just the documented cases that we have. There's probably many more on the books that we don't have that documentation. I certainly agree with my colleagues, Representative Wist, Representative Sias, with respect to parental rights and good parenting. They're absolutely right. But Representative Leonard, I think, hit on something as well. With the passage of Amendment 64, we were given a clear constitutional mandate and requirement to regulate this industry. Now, does this bill get to the crux of everything? Absolutely not. This is on a spectrum of 1 to 10. This maybe gets us to 2 or 3 at tops. But at least it's a step in the right direction. I think this is an appropriate move towards a larger conversation on perhaps more controls on candy products infused with marijuana, and would ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of House Bill 1436, but I do have an amendment, L009. I move L009 and ask that it, that's okay. I move L009 and ask that it be displayed.
L009 has been moved and is properly displayed.
Madam Chair and committee, this bill provides a great opportunity to memorialize not only Speaker Dickie Lee Hollinghorst but gives us an opportunity to recognize an unrecognized woman. Velma from Scooby-Doo really should be the one exception to this bill. She's a problem solver. She represents all the best of Colorado women and women in general. She works hard, she solves problems, and if there's one shape that we're going to be promoting to our children, I want it to be Velma. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Heskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, for all the above reasons that Representative Becker just stated, I stand in strong support of this amendment and urge a yes vote.
Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the one of the prime sponsors of the bill, this is a friendly amendment.
Are there any other comments to this very serious, consequential amendment? Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this amendment.
Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think these shapes in this amendment make as much sense as the ones that are in the actual bill.
Representative Janal.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but this is an amendment to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, so we're past that.
Yeah, just for clarification, this amends the report we already passed, folks. So I suggest...
Madam Chair, if only I had not been in the climate change debate, I would have gotten this amendment on time. Therefore, I'm sorry that we cannot memorialize Madam Speaker in this instance, and just and recognize a really under-recognized contributor to Scooby-Doo. So therefore, I withdraw Amendment L009.
Thank you. L009 has been withdrawn. Are there any further amendments? God forbid. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1436? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1436, please say yes. Yes. Aye. Yes, aye. Some positive sound. Are there any noes to this amendment? Please say no. I mean this bill. No! The yes ayes have it. The yes ayes have it. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 134. Oh, we're skipping 134?
We already did.
I'm getting all lost on my list. Where are we? Oh, there we are. Senate Bill 65. Thank you.
Senate Bill 65 by Senator Stem and also Representative Lee concerning criminal restitution.
Too many gummy bears.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 65 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Judiciary Committee amended the bill to add a provision that restitution is still due despite an expungement order. And I ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill made some changes in the restitution law. It was significantly amended over in the Senate, but it passed over there 28-8, passed out of the Judiciary Committee 9-1. It changes the interest on restitution from 12% to 8%. It deletes a requirement that restitution be fully paid as a condition precedent to restatement of a driver's license for violating certain motor vehicle laws. It provides that a restitution order remains in effect for 2 years after the death of the person who owes the restitution, and it permits expungement of juvenile records if the defendant has satisfied the court order of restitution or is current on a payment agreement. If the petitioner fails to make a payment or falls behind, the restitution or the expungement order can be reversed. And I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 65? Seeing none. Oops. Representative Lawrence.
I thought there was going to be an amendment.
There is.
Oh, that he says.
That's it. That one.
That one. Members, I'm sure you've noticed that I was the only no vote on this bill, and Representative Lee and I have talked about it. My hesitation on this bill came with some of the language for the juvenile expungement part. If they're current on their payments, it doesn't say if they're current with one payment made, and then they can apply to have their record expunged. And how difficult is it going to be, or how likely is it going to be for the department to rescind that expungement should the payments stop being made? So my concern with this bill, and for the most part, I think it's drafted pretty tightly and pretty well. I want to make sure that those people who are responsible for these restitution payments actually make all their payments and the victims are made whole. So those were my concerns on this bill. I will probably still remain a no, but I appreciate all the work that Representative Lee put into it to addressing the vast majority of the questions that were asked in Judiciary Committee.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 65? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 65, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 65 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1332, myself and Representative Rankin. So I move House Bill, go ahead and roll that.
Yes.
No objection.
Yes, seeing no objection, we will move to House Bill 1332. Representative Duran. Oh, sorry. Mr. Kohler has to read it first.
House Bill 1332, Representatives Duran and Rankin, all Senators Scott and Johnson, concerning modifications of the income tax credits for alternative fuel motor vehicles in connection with fixing specified dollar amounts for the credits, allowing the credits to be assigned to a financing entity requiring vehicle identification number tracking of the motor vehicle for which the credit is claimed.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1332, the Appropriations Committee report and the Finance Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appropriated money to the Department of Revenue. I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriation Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriation Committee report say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We add an amendment to clarify used vehicles in the bill.
Thank you. Further discussion about the Finance Committee report. All those in favor of the Finance Committee report say yes, aye. All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill to clean up previous legislation to make it easier for consumers to gain access to tax credits for alternative fuel vehicles. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Further discussion on 1332. Representative Rankin?
Ask for a yes vote. It clarifies, but also makes conversion vehicles, CNG, much more adaptable to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1332, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1332 is adopted. Where do we go from here, Madam Majority Leader? Do we go back?
1257.
Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1257.
House Bill 1257, Representative McCann, all Senator Shuffle, concerning implementation recommendations of the Committee on Legal Services in connection with the legislative review of rules and regulations of state agencies.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1257.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1257 is the annual bill on rule review from the Committee on Legal Services. It contains the committee's recommendations on executive branch agency rules that were reviewed by the Office of Legislative Legal Services and the committee. So all the rules that are adopted by the agencies and boards while we are not in session from November 1, 2014 to November 1, 2015 are extended except for those that are specifically listed that will expire, and those are in the bill. They will expire on May 15, 2016, and there are various reasons why certain rules are expiring. Generally, it's because the agency acted outside of its authority. So the committee concluded that either there was a conflict with state law or they were beyond the statutory authority of the agency. These determinations were made at public hearings during the interim, at which the agency adopting the rules, as well as other interested parties, were given the opportunity to testify before the committee. So the Committee on Legal Services referred this rule review bill to us for approval. Now, I do have an amendment, which I will move, Amendment L021.
L021 has been
that it be
moved and is
displayed.
properly displayed. Please discuss the amendment, Representative McCann.
All right, this amendment deleted the expiration of a rule from the Colorado Dental Board so this allows the rule to continue. And the reason was the reason for the amendment is that another bill passed this session, House Bill 1327, which gives the Colorado Dental Board the statutory authority for this rule. So the rule no longer conflicts with their authority. And that bill has actually been signed by the governor. It was signed this week, yesterday. It was a bill sponsored by Representative Janal and Senator Grantham. So we don't need to have this rule expire.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment 021. Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment 021, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment 021 is adopted. Now, back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've explained the bill adequately. Unless there are any questions, I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Klingenschmitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative McCann, for your hard work on this. I also urge an aye vote on this bill. The Rules Review Committee does very important work. They want to make sure that there is not a runaway bureaucracy, that they're making rules that were never authorized by this legislature. I want to thank Ms. Haskins, who is the drafter on many of these items. They keep watch on the various agencies that work for the governor, make sure they're not doing extracurricular rulemaking that was never authorized. So this review process is important. They do it every year, and this is a good bill. Make sure that if they are making rules, that they're in conformity with what the legislature authorized. So I urge a yes vote. And thank you to Representative McCann.
Representative Becker Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Rep. McCann for working with everybody on this bill. But members, one thing you need to look at with the Rules Review Bill every year is it does go to a Rules Committee that looks at it for just whether or not these rules match what can be done in statute. They're not looking at policy and what goes on. So make sure you're taking a look at this bill. We did send it back to committee for one ruling, which was dealing with the Secretary of State. As you all know, they decided that under the current statute that what went on is perfectly legal under statute. But I would tell you, if looking at it, I think there was a lot of warning that there could be lawsuits to come just because of this. So is it good policy just because it fits within a small framework of the statute? So take a close look at the bill.
Thank you. Representative McCann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Becker is correct. We did send this bill back to the Committee on Legal Services to consider whether or not a rule that was passed by the Secretary of State was within his authority, and the committee concluded that it was and did not take any further action regarding that particular rule. So it actually wasn't actually set to expire anyway because it just passed, but we were looking at whether or not we should repeal it. And so the committee decided not to repeal that rule, so it will go into effect.
Further discussion on House Bill 1257. Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1257, please say aye. All those opposed, no. 1257 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1288.
House Bill 1288. Please read the title, Mr. Kohler.
House Bill 1288 by Representatives Kraft, Tharp, and Wist, all Senators Tate and Merrifield, concerning the creation of an industry infrastructure grant program and the State Workforce Development Council in connection with creating an industry infrastructure fund and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you. I move House Bill 16-1288. And to start with, I move the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Appropriations did three things. They passed, added an appropriations, and then they passed two technical amendments. I ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you. I move the Finance Committee report. The Finance Committee truly became a partner in this process. We had a number of amendments that really cleaned up this bill, made it easier to read and understand. Also changed the appropriations from $500,000 to $300,000. I ask for your support.
The Finance Committee did such excellent work because it's chaired so well. I'm quite certain that's why. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And contrary to our excellent work in the Finance Committee, we might have an oversight once in a while, and I would like to move L011 and ask it to be displayed.
L011 has been properly moved and displayed. Please explain, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simple amendment adds to the reporting criteria to outline how many apprentices within a given business are utilizing the competencies developed throughout the program. Simply focuses the reporting on actually letting us know how many apprentices are utilizing the program, and I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Kraft-Tharp or Representative Wist, comments on the amendment?
I think if you'd like to ask for people's support, that would be just fine.
Right. Are there other comments on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment 011, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. It's the amendment to the Finance Committee report. So now we are back to the Finance Committee report. Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Finance Committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. Now to the Business Affairs and Labor report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Business Affairs and Labor report.
Thank you.
So basically, there were a couple changes that were made in this. One was technical in nature around clarifying what a C4 entity is. The other is clarifying that the nonprofit entity will provide evidence of a dedicated source of at least $300,000 in funding for the match. I ask for your support.
Further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of that report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. Now to the bill. Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we spend a lot of money in this state on K-12 education. What this bill does is allows us to have a conversation not just about school to college, but school to career, and developing competencies that kids can take directly from our K-12 educational system and making that and turning that into a career. This is the other important part about this bill is this is a public-private partnership. We have a one-to-one in terms of contribution of private dollars and public dollars that are going toward this. And most importantly, we're involving our business community as they should be in developing competencies because, let's face it, our young men and women from our school system are going to be working, for the most part, in the private sector, and involving businesses in that conversation is an important conversation for us as a government to have. So I urge your support of 1288.
Further discussion on House Bill 1288. Representative Thurlow.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Kraft-Tharp and Wist. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit more because I did vote against this in Business Committee. Here are my concerns. One is we're spending a lot of money, which I don't think we have, and it seems to me that it's incumbent upon all of us to look at the total budget and look at how many programs we keep creating and how much we spend when we are in the budget crunch we are in. My second concern was, and I think I agree with the
the general idea that we need to refocus education and start talking about new ways to get high school education lined up with the jobs that are available. I just question how many programs we are creating to do that and whether this is one of the right ones to do that. And I'm not sure of that. I'll probably be a no on the floor, but I think it's an attempt to do that, but I'm really concerned, and partly I'm concerned about the amendment that we passed in committee and that was just reviewed here, because maybe this sets up a public-private partnership, but the amendment that we just passed, or that we just approved, says that the $300,000 from the private entity is no longer $300,000. It's just evidence of $300,000. And for the life of me in committee, I couldn't understand what evidence of $300,000 was. So that's my concern.
Representative Kraft-Tharp? No? Representative Garnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Thurlow, I had some of the same concerns, and I was also a no vote in the Business Committee, but I also sit on the Finance Committee, and I want to commend both Representative Wist and Representative Kraft-Tharp for working with committee members in both Business and Finance to make sure that the grant program that we're trying to establish here is as airtight and gets to all of the laudable goals that were sort of set out at the beginning with House Bill 1288, and I think we're there. I think Representative Wilson's amendment makes it even stronger. I think that's the role that we have as representatives here, is to make sure that we get to that ultimate goal while protecting every taxpayer dollar. And so I was a yes on the bill in the Finance Committee. I think this is the foundation of a lot of the workforce bills that we've been working on over the last 2 years. And Representative Thurlow, to specifically answer your question, an entity would have to bring forward that $300,000 and prove that they have it, and then sign an affidavit that they're going to use it for all of the competency requirements that are outlined in the bill. So it does make sure that that money is going forward and being used to build those competencies, and I would urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1288. Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1288, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1288 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to, where are we? Senate Bill, what are we on? Senate Bill 58.
158.
Wait. We're going backwards on this list. There we are. Senate Bill 158.
Senate Bill 158 by Senator Lundberg, also Representative Primavera, concerning the ability of physician assistant to perform functions delegated by physician that are within the physician assistant scope of practice.
Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 158 and the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report.
The committee report was basically due to a drafting error. It changes the reference in the bill to the correct cross-reference number. It currently had said only Schedule II controlled substances. The correct number is added for all controlled substances for Schedules 1 through 5. This was the intention of the original bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Physician assistants are important members of the delivery of health care in Colorado. Senate Bill 158 reinforces the physician assistant philosophy, emphasizes a patient-centered team approach to health care, working in cooperation with and under the delegated authority of a physician. This bill enhances how a physician and physician assistant work together within the Colorado Medical Practice Act by clarifying what duties a physician may delegate to a physician assistant. It improves access to care in underserved communities within the structure of the Colorado Medical Practice Act. It retains physician supervision and delegation of physician assistant activities. In workers' compensation matters, the bill permits a licensed physician assistant to obtain Level 1 accreditation. The Division of Workers' Compensation worked with physician assistants and feels this is an important component of the delivery of these services to workers hurt on the job in Colorado. It does not imply in any way that a physician assistant may practice independently, but rather strengthens, clarifies, and helps define the delegated authority of the supervising physician. It passed out of committee 13-0. It passed out of the Senate 35-0. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 158. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we did hear this in committee, and it's not only a good bill, it's an important bill, because as we continue to have more people who supposedly have insurance and we have doctor shortages, we're going to be needing people like physician's assistants more and more frequently. So this just allows them to better do their jobs, help doctors a little better. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 158. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 158, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 158 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 172.
Senate Bill 172 by Senator Woods, also Representatives Tyler and Buck, concerning the election by a person to receive electronic notification of certain information from a county relating to a pending property tax dispute.
Representative Buck and Representative Tyler. Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 16172 and to the Local Government Committee.
I don't see a committee report on here. There's no committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no committee report.
No. Therefore, we are to the bill itself. Representative Buck. Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really straightforward bill that brings us into the 21st century by allowing electronic notification when there are issues with equalization and abatement processes and these things that counties do. So this is just making it possible. If people want to, they can get email notifications instead of first-class mail. If they don't want to, they don't have to. Ask for your support.
Representative Buck, anything further?
No, ma'am. Just vote yes.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 172? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 172, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 172 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 166.
Senate Bill 166 by Senator Woods, also Representative Kagan, concerning the creation of a transportation fuel distributors tax liens.
Let's see if we have a sponsor here. Representative Kagan. He's trying to dig something out from under his desk, evidently. How much should we fine Representative Kagan for making us wait? 5, 10. Hearing 10, hearing 10, hearing. I can't do that. Representative Kagan, please tell us about Senate Bill 166.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 166 and the Finance Committee report.
I don't think there is a Finance Committee report, Representative Kagan. I think we're just straight to the bill.
Madam Chair, Senate Bill 166 creates a tax lien, the ability to file a tax lien by a fuel distributor upon a fuel retailer, so that if the retailer goes bankrupt after the distributor has already paid this excise tax and therefore cannot be reimbursed by the distributor, that distributor has a lien on the value of the tax.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 166. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 166, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 166 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 171.
Senate Bill 171 by Senators Martinez, Umenick, and Sheffel, also Representatives Tyler and Becker J, concerning modification and clarification of statutes pertaining to the new Energy Improvement District.
Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a minor cleanup bill. Good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Tyler.
Really good bill. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 171C? Mayor Representative Tyler.
I move Senate Bill
Oh, maybe
171.
you didn't move it. Well, that's a little minor detail. We should do that. Now it is properly moved. Thank you, Representative Tyler. All those in favor of Senate Bill 171, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. 171 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1303.
House Bill 1303, Representative Landgraf, concerning prohibiting a regional transportation authority from levying sales tax on vacant land annexed by a non-member jurisdiction.
Representative Landgraf.
I move House Bill 1303 and the committee report, the local government committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report struck the safety clause, and it changed on transactions occurring after tax. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Duran.
Yes. Hurry, hurry.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we want to do a more thorough analysis, a more thorough legal analysis on House Bill 1303.
No, we don't.
And so I move that House Bill 1303 it goes to the Judiciary Committee.
All right. Do we have further report or conversation, or is that?
Sure.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the rules, this is a debatable motion. It is a procedural motion as well. So if there is going to be debate on it under the rules, that is okay. But I would ask for your vote that House Bill 1303 goes back to Judiciary.
All right. So discussion on the motion to move 1303 to Judiciary. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, I would prefer that we not hear this bill there because this is way out of what we normally hear in the Judiciary Committee. This seems to fit much more closely in local government, and I would ask if the chair of the Judiciary Committee asked for this bill to be assigned.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. This is a procedural vote. I did, in fact, vote yes on this bill, as Representative Landgraf is aware of, in local government committee. But it's a prerogative of the Speaker and the Majority Leader, frankly, to make this a proper motion. And despite the fact that I was a yes vote, Representative Landgraf, on this bill, this is a procedural vote. And then I'll be with my caucus, because on procedural votes, you generally stay with your caucus on a procedural vote.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something that's pretty important here, as I understand this whole debate, and it's a good debate, is pending in the Colorado court system right now. Why in the world should we send this to the Judicial Committee of the General Assembly when we have a court system that's dealing with this? It's rather silly to have us try to second guess what the issues are and what the court should do.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year, members of the Judiciary Committee suffer from long nights. Please adopt a Judiciary Committee member and make sure you can stop the suffering. No, but in all seriousness, look, this bill's been debated, I think, within both caucuses. I'm sure many of your members have been talking about this within your own circles, because it's one of those weird bills that, you know, there's no partisan issue going on here. I think since we've been having these debates amongst ourselves, it's been heavily lobbied. Why don't we debate this bill and move it on here on second reading? So I urge a no vote on sending this bill to Judiciary.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to agree with Representative Everett. This is probably the most discussed bill outside of another one that we haven't come up with yet that I won't mention that's happened this whole session, possibly the entire time I've been up here. There's probably not a person in this room that doesn't know the intricate details of this bill. In committee, it had bipartisan support and it had bipartisan objection. So this isn't a Republican bill, it's not a Democrat bill. 8 people testified for this bill. They were all professionals and they were all subject matter experts. We had 6 people from the opposition including Jeff Green, the Chief of Staff to John Suthers.
So Representative Landgraf, you're speaking against the procedural motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
We had Ed Eisnagel, the attorney for PPRTA, Wayne Williams, the Secretary of State, former commissioner who was on the PPRTA when it was formed, Tyler Stevens, mayor of Green Mountain Falls, a member of PPRTA, Andy Merritt, Colorado Springs Business Alliance, and Marcy Morrison. I have no idea who she represented. On the proponents, we had Scott Trainer from the city of Fountain, city manager, and Tony Gagliardi from NFIB. There's no reason to drag those people back up here when we had a good and fair committee hearing. It's really not fair to the members of the committee who listened to all of this and made their decision. There's no reason we cannot make that decision right here, right now. I ask for a no vote.
Again, members, we're debating the procedural motion to move this bill to the Judiciary Committee. Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we heard this bill in committee on local government for about 2.5 to 3 hours. It felt like longer. I am pro-Judiciary Committee. I don't want to put them through the same debate. So I'm going to urge a no vote on this procedural motion.
Those of us on the Judiciary Committee do appreciate your concern. Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have that kind of mercy for the Judiciary Committee. So I think this is heavily weighted in law. Not only is there a pending court case, but this is directly associated with our section of our statutes, 43-4, 605, 2B1. And that is something that I think the Judiciary Committee ought to weigh in on. And so I think we can have the debate long here if we'd like, but it's going to be a very complicated issue that I would suggest the Judiciary Committee handle. So I would vote in favor of the motion to send it to the Judiciary Committee.
Representative Kagan, Mr. Chair of the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would just say that the Judiciary Committee stands ready to hear this bill. We are very capable of hearing this bill. We have time on our schedule to hear this bill. And if the Majority Leader sees fit, as she has done, to move that this bill be referred to the Judiciary Committee, we are pleased and able to deal with the bill. And so I urge an aye vote.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, again, as the ranking member on the Judiciary Committee, I would ask for a no vote on the procedural motion, and I think we heard very compelling reasons why this does not need to go to yet another committee in the House. It has had a very robust debate. The pros, the cons have been heard. Why can't we just move forward with this bill? We do this all the time where we have pretty controversial bills. They're heard in one committee and they move to the floor and we have the debate. This is no different than any other bill that we deal with down here. It does not need to go to yet another committee so it can, wind its way through the hallways of the Capitol and possibly, lose the ability of the supporters and opponents to show up for the next hearing. It's had the debate in committee. Let's have the debate on the floor and get this done. It does not need to go to Judiciary. I ask for a no.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Landgraf, having been to Judiciary once this year, you have my sympathy. It's going to be the worst 10 hours of your life.
Well, now I have to stick up for the Judiciary Committee. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have been to Judiciary a couple times, and I don't disagree. But that's not what I wanted to say. We had two lawyers in the room, one for PPRTA and the one from Fountain. They could not agree on when this is going to even go to court. So if we had two lawyers who are intimately acquainted with the situation, why in the world would the people on judiciary do any better? I'd ask everybody to vote against moving it.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to disparage the good people on the Judiciary Committee because I think that they could do a good job of evaluating this, but there really is no need. In local government, we spent a lot of time working on this bill. We heard from everybody. We listened to both sides. We took a good look at all of the different sides that were happening. I happened to be a no vote during committee. I know that Representative Landgraf, it was her bill, so you really did hear from both sides. It's not a it is bipartisan. It's not a partisan issue at all. I would just encourage a no vote on going to judiciary. I just think that we are fully capable of moving ahead now.
Further discussion on the procedural motion to move this Bill 1303 to the Judiciary Committee. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of moving 1303 to the Judiciary Committee, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1303 is being moved to the Judiciary Committee. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1324.
Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1324.
House Bill 1324, Representative Janal, Senator Sonneberg, concerning the availability of compounded pharmaceutical drugs for use by a veterinarian to treat a patient's emergency condition.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to move the, I move the Judiciary Committee, the Appropriations Report, the Finance Report, and the House Health and Insurance and Environment Report.
To the Appropriations Report, Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The House Appropriations is based on the fiscal note assumption of 5 non-resident pharmacies that will seek licensure and 1 complaint-driven inspection. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Report to House Bill 1324. Seeing none, all those in favor of the report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The House Finance Committee report amends the Health, Insurance, and Environment Committee report, where it requires non-resident pharmacies to obtain third-party inspections at non-resident pharmacies' expense, and to get board approval of these inspections, as well as inspecting by the state in which that pharmacy is a resident. It also requires a DEA manufacturer's license to compound a controlled substance, which is in compliance with the federal law. I ask for an aye vote.
All those in favor of the Finance Committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Health Insurance and Environment report, Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Health Insurance and Environment Committee report did some technical changes. It also gives the Board of Veterinary Medicine, in consultation with the Pharmacy Board, the authority to define companion animal patient, which does not include animals that are used as food sources. Also, it clarifies the veterinarian client-patient relationship that's required at the time of administering an office stock or office use of a compounding drug. And it gives the Board of Pharmacy appropriate rulemaking authority in connection with the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
All those in favor of the Health Insurance Environment report, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The report is adopted. Now to the bill, Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I ask for your support on this bill. This is a bill that permits veterinarians to possess compounded drugs for office use or for office stock. And if a patient, that is one of your dogs or cats or horses or mules, is in an emergency type of condition, to be able to dispense that compounded drug from office stock in an amount not to exceed 5 days worth of doses. I ask for your support on this bill.
All those in favor of the Health Insurance and Environment report, please say aye. those opposed? Oh, we're on the bill? Never mind, I'm busy with Gwen. All right, everyone in favor of House Bill 1324, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1324 is adopted. Well, I'm adopting Gwen, who's trying to choke me. Where are we now? Are we going to Senate Bill 62, Madam Majority Leader?
No, House Bill 1404.
Oh, 1404, House Bill 1404. Mr. Kohler, please.
House Bill 1404 by Representatives Duran and Wist, all Senators Cook and Guzman, concerning the regulation of fantasy contests.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1404, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Duran. No, Appropriations report, I think, first, correct?
Correct. Appropriations would be first. So the Appropriations Committee report, we appropriated money to DORA through the cash fund to be able to regulate this. We ask for your yes vote.
All those in favor, further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none. All those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L011 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
We are looking at Amendment 011 to the Finance Committee report. It is properly displayed. Sure. Representative Duran. Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L011 does a few things, and our thanks to various members who contributed to this. First of all, Representative Wilson, at his suggestion, we think this is a good one, clarifying that this program will be paid entirely by fees. So the fees will be sufficient to cover the direct and indirect costs in administering this article. The second portion of this amendment, L011, talks about the authority of the director, and we're not creating a department, so that differs from the original version of this bill, a substantial rewrite that we'll be talking about a little later, but that the director has the ability to deny or suspend or revoke a license, and this is a person who is licensed or registered versus licensed. And registration applies to smaller operators as defined in the bill. Licenses apply to larger operators. The rest of this essentially makes the clarification that those other provisions apply to licenses and registrations. And I ask for an aye vote on L011.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this was in response to the good conversation that we had in the Finance Committee. Representative Casey Brecker also brought up some issues with regards to the difference between a licensee and a registrant, and we wanted to clarify that. So we ask for your support.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsors for being so thoughtful in responding to those concerns raised in Finance, and I ask for an aye vote on this. I think that there were a lot of redrafts and amendments, and there's just one piece that got left out in the last amendment that this fixes. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 011. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing this amendment. I rise in support of this amendment, particularly lines 3, 4, and 5 that are listed. There was a great deal of heartburn with us, some of us on the Finance Committee, when it mentioned the general fund. This clarifies the fact that this will be paid for by the fees. So I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 011. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this fee portion wasn't in the bill before, what will these fees be looking like? Are they going to be $100, $1,000, and who do they go to?
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's within the discretion of the department.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just would ask the sponsor or the amendment sponsor to clarify for me, even if we collect fees to cover the cost of the program, are those fees not covered under they come in under the Tabor cap, and that means we will have to refund those fees when we're up against the cap. Is that correct?
Oh dear, you have to bring that up. Representative Duran, do you want to discuss that? Not particularly. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we tried to come up with an equitable system, and the only way that we could do that is make sure that the regulation was paid by the licensees, and this was the most equitable solution we could come up with at this point. Representative Thurlow.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I don't disagree with having the fees pay for the program. My question, though, is if the fees pay for the program and we're up against the Tabor cap, will we have to reduce our education budget or our roads budget or our higher education budget to make all that work out?
Further discussion on Amendment 011? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment 011, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. 011 is adopted. Now we are back to the Finance Committee. Are we back to the Finance Committee report? Yes, we are. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for your support of the Finance Committee report as amended.
Thank you. All those in favor of the Finance Committee report, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. Now to the bill. Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, why are we here talking about fantasy sports? Well, in fact, in about 13 states and in growing numbers, attorneys general and other regulatory authorities, and that includes the states of Texas and Alabama, have taken steps to prevent citizens in those states from playing fantasy sports. So as a result of that, companies like FanDuel and DraftKings block people in those states from playing. Now, we have asked for some clarification from our Attorney General in terms of what kind of risk may exist. And members, I can't get an answer to that question. I don't know what our Attorney General's position is with respect to this particular issue, but if on May 12th, the day after we adjourn, the Attorney General were to take a position that fantasy sports is illegal, our citizens would be blocked from playing. So we're left with the option of whether or not we take a preemptive action and regulate this in a minimal way. And I can tell you that from the beginning, my goal has been to make this a minimal set of regulations that would apply to this industry. And I can tell you that of the 20 plus states that are considering legislation like this, this is the least intrusive set of regulations that would apply to this industry. Now, we do have some reasonable consumer protection provisions, and my thanks to Representative Garnett in working with us to develop that set. But again, the goal here has been to make this minimal, to make this reasonable, and to start from a reasonable place. This bill has the strong support of the industry that's regulated here, and that is that there are 800,000 of our citizens that participate in this activity. This is extremely popular, and I can't say anything else other than let's let our citizens continue to play fantasy sports. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'm sure that you have friends, family, constituents who are some of those 800,000 Coloradans that play this game on a regular basis. This is a game of skill, and we want to make sure that consumers are able to continue to play the game and that we have some consumer protections in place. And so I just echo Representative Wist's comments and ask for your support.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to echo Representative Wist's first comment. I can't believe we're standing here talking about licensing fantasy sports. The banning of fantasy sports in Colorado, to my knowledge, has never been talked about. I have not heard any person in an official position say that is imminent and that we are about to do that. My question is, again, if you go back to why would we create a licensing program which is going to cost several $100,000 in a time of budget crisis to control something as innocuous as fantasy sports? People are playing it every day, and I'm absolutely for them playing it. I think we should continue to play it. But here's where we go. Once we start licensing the operators, where do we go next? Maybe we'll start to license the players. We had a little discussion of this in business committee, and it was pointed out that Representative Garnett was an excellent fantasy sports player. and the concern came up is, what about if someone like me that has no clue what they're doing got in the game with Representative Garnett and he took all my money? I think we should start licensing the players, and I think we should create an A license for Representative Garnett. It would be $500. A B license for people like Representative Moreno, who's probably pretty good, but not quite as good as Garnett. And then for all the real suckers like me, we'd create just a $10 license we could get real cheap and hopefully not lose all of our money. So I urge a no vote on this bill, members. I just don't think we need to go there with another license for another program that people are participating in voluntarily, and we ought to just leave it free and let them do it.
Representative Conti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, when we heard this in committee, basically what this comes down to is, do you believe this is gambling or not? If you think this is gambling, this is why, and because there's enough disparity in that topic as to whether or not it needs to be regulated, as all other gambling is regulated in the state. And when we talked to the industry, they said they had conversations with the Attorney General. And what was the Attorney General asking? After their conversations, they were coming to us saying, please regulate us. Please, we need this to ensure our livelihood inside this state. There's over 800,000 Colorado citizens that play fantasy sports, including my 2 children. So, on behalf of my 2 kids and the other 800,000 that are enjoying this, I would urge you to give them what they are asking for at the risk of being shut down. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would urge a no vote because I just don't buy the underlying premise of the bill, which is that we need to hire new government regulators and start regulating this whole new industry to save that industry from future regulations. We've heard today several times that these games have been played by Coloradans for a long time and by a lot of people. And they've played those games without needing the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to run background checks on people, without needing fingerprints taken, without cease and desist orders, and without a whole slew of new government regulators looking into the industry. Once a state begins to regulate an industry like this, it will never stop. It will never be pulled back. After all, the nearest thing to eternal life on earth is a government regulatory program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, Queen of the Court, Chair, Madam Chair. I have a question. If this is gambling, why is it not taxed as in the casinos pay a tax? Horse racing pays a tax? If this is indeed gambling, why isn't Colorado benefiting from this?
Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Corum, it's not gambling. It's a game of skill. We distinguish that from a game of chance. And for those of you who have not heard my speech about this, when you are playing fantasy sports, you are entirely in control of the input. Specifically, you're in control of who your lineup's going to be. Now, if your quarterback on Sunday morning wakes up with the flu and can't play and you don't accumulate any points, there may be some aspect of luck to that, but still you're entirely in control of the input. So like we select stocks, we select players for fantasy sports, we're certainly not regulating the securities industry as a component of gambling, and I'd suggest to you that this is very similar to that.
Representative Corum.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Horse racing pays a tax. The best horse wins. It's not a chance. And my concern also is I've heard of people that this has become very addictive. It's taking money away from the family because it is gambling. So can you address that?
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Quorum, where this is taxed is if you win, your winnings are taxed. The big part of that statement is if. So I don't know if I can say that mine were taxed because I don't know how much I've actually won, but that is where it's taxed on the individual winnings.
Further discussion on House Bill 1404, seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1404, please say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1404 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 62.
Senate Bill 62 by Senator Marble, House Representatives Becker K. and Vigil, concerning modifications to the regulation of veterinary pharmaceuticals in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Becker K. Becker J.
Becker K is a little bit shorter, Madam Chair.
Slightly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 62 in the State Affairs and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report, Representative Becker J.
The Appropriations Committee just put on the non-appropriations appropriation. Essentially, it doesn't spend money now, Madam
Is
Chair.
there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report, Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the State Affairs Committee report really is the bill now. There was really pretty much a strike below on that creates a advisory committee that sits beside the pharmaceutical board. This advisory committee just strictly hears anything to do with vet medicine. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the State Veterans Military Affairs report, Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just had a couple of questions on this report. First of all, there are how many members on this committee, and how are they chosen?
Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a great question. There are 3 members that sit on the committee. One of the members is actually the consumer member from the board, which will act as the liaison between the two as well. And then there are 2 others, one which would be a veterinarian, either large or small veterinarian. I think in the bill it actually prefers a large animal vet. And then somebody that deals in veterinarian pharmaceuticals. Those are appointed by the executive director of DORA. They will serve 3-year terms.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my other question is, how many times does this veterinary board meet?
Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And another great question, Representative Janal. They meet every time that there is something that comes in front of the board that actually deals with veterinarian medicine. And another thing to note is they are not paid.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But Representative Becker, the Department of Regulatory Agencies is providing staff assistance, so there is some monies, and it's not like they aren't being paid. And it's my understanding that veterinary pharmaceuticals make up about 3% of all pharmaceutical issues or pharmacy issues. So I'm just wondering what the reasoning is for this board being coming together, because it seems like 3% versus 97% of pharmacy issues are for human issues.
Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another great question on this, and the reason that was moving forward the way that it is that we really needed the expertise of vets to be listening to these hearings as they were moving forward. What we initially tried to do was insert them into the board. Well, that made people on the board and some other people that actually had a kind of a stake in this, they felt that would dilute what we did to the pharmacy board, and what we would do with human medicine. So this was the compromise, is having the committee sit beside them. Yes, it's only for 3%, but it made the vets feel like they had a saying in what was going on, and they had their expertise inside of this committee.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry for all the questions, but I just wanted to ask, too, that it seems like the advisory committee, if they find someone that has who has broken some rules or has got some violations, that the board determines what the registrant has committed, and also they can also determine whether they pay a fine or not. So it's, I mean, how do they go about determining that? And they're kind of like self-regulating themselves is kind of what I see.
Representative Becker-Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like I'm back in committee again, and we went through this at great length, but they're great questions. The advisory committee has all the power to make sure that they pass up what they believe the fines should be and what the decision should be, unless the board finds, and as it states in that committee report, finds substantial evidence to overrule the committee, they go with the committee's report.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that wasn't the last question. So what is substantial evidence to let them out of a fine of, say, like $25,000 or $30,000?
Representative Becker-Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And mainly what we're dealing with here, substantial evidence would be either the norm of what goes on in the board, which they've done and before, which would be best practices that they consider to be best practices. We went through that word substantial in great length and thought that that was the best way to handle it. And again, they would just use best practices from the board's already set rules.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I remember Senator Marble was good enough to come to Claw Caucus and talk about this bill initially several months ago. And I was looking forward to hearing it in committee, but it was assigned to a different committee. And so I actually wasn't able to hear the bill in committee. And so at the time when Senator Marble brought it to the Claw Caucus, she mentioned that she hadn't talked to CVMA, the Colorado Veterinarians Medical Association. Have you spoke to CVMA, and are they in favor of the bill?
Representative Becker-Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, it is my understanding. I did not speak with them directly, but Representative Marble brought all the amendments in front of them, and they were in favor of them.
Further discussion on the State Veterans Affairs and Military Report. Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Becker-Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we basically covered the bill with the committee reports. A great bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 62. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 62, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. 62 is adopted. Senate Bill 30. Mr. Kohler, please read the title.
Senate Bill 30 by Senator Hodge, also Representative Tyler, concerning the surcharges for violating motor vehicle weight limits in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 30. There is no committee report.
Thank you. To the bill.
This bill is pretty straightforward. It changes surcharges and how those are scheduled. A lot of times we have fines, fees, and surcharges in statute, and sometimes it gets kind of out of balance. In this case, overweight fines, surcharges can be 180% of the original fee, which I don't think is necessarily what everybody anticipated when they put this together. Colorado Motor Carriers Association brought this bill for us, and it just sets the surcharge to a flat rate 16%, which is a fair way to go. I ask for your support.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 30. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 30, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 30 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representative Tyler, concerning community conversations on transportation priorities and preferred funding options.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1304 and the transportation committee report, and I think that's the only report.
To the committee report, Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Transportation Committee report made a number of changes to make this more amenable for people in all areas of Colorado to be able to participate in this conversation and line it up a little bit better with what the Department of Transportation is up to. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Further discussion on the committee report. Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that seeks to get input as best possible we can from the people of Colorado over the coming few months by visiting each of the transportation planning regions in the state and having a meeting about what their priorities are and what they're going to think about for getting revenue for those priorities. Now, I understand each TPR, Transportation Planning Region, does their own priority list, but they run a list of maybe 30 items or 40 items even, and then they draw a line and they say the only thing we have money for is items 1 through 4. And gee, what happens if my project is number 25 on the list? How do I get there? And oh, by the way, how do we pay for that? Because we're pretty short on funds these days. So Part 1 of the bill says, let's have these meetings, let's get people involved. Part 2 says, let's really work on getting people involved by putting ads in the paper, by doing radio spots, public PR spots, by doing telephone town halls ahead of time and such. So this is something that I've been working with Department of Transportation, and it's supported by it's supported by Progressive 15, Northeast Colorado, and strongly supported by Club 20 in Western Colorado. I ask for your support.
Further discussion on House Bill 1304, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I don't know, I think I've seen it all now. In this bill, it's $82,000 for a TPR, Transportational Regional District, to go and have community conversations. A similar idea would be like giving us $82,000 to go back to our districts and have town halls. We are elected to represent our districts and have those conversations. That's part of our jobs. Just like it is part of the TPR's job to have those conversations with their communities. They do not need a bill to do it. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1304. Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1304, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. 1304 is adopted. To the next bill, 1175. Mr. Kohler, please read the title.
House Bill 1175, Representatives Primavera, Nordberg, all Senators John and Neville T. concerning the administration of the property tax exemptions for qualifying seniors and disabled veterans.
Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1175 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report, Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report basically appropriated $29,270 to Department of Local Affairs to use by the Division of Property Taxation to implement the program. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. Those who oppose say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Primavera. Representative Nordberg.
Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we did an audit this past summer on the senior homestead and disabled veteran property tax exemption and found that for certain exemptions, specifically with individuals who were deceased, that they continue to benefit from the property tax exemption. So what this bill does is add controls and requirements and information sharing, more or less, between the Department of Revenue, the State Property Tax Administrator, county assessors, county treasurers, to ensure that doesn't happen. And in that same vein, we'd like to offer, and I move, Amendment L002, and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 002 has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Nordberg, please explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the purpose of this amendment is twofold. First, to be sure that county assessors removed and corrected the exempted properties as directed by the division in the initial review. And second, minimize any corrections to the final exempt report of the county as submitted for reimbursement to the state treasurer. I would ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment 002. Representative Van Winkle.
serious? Madam Chair, I just ask if you think this should have a 3-year sunset on it.
Thank you, Representative Van Winkle. But that's only on tax credits, as you know. Further real discussion on Amendment 002. Seeing none, all those in favor of 002, please say aye. All those opposed, no. 002 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just keep my comments brief. This, if you look at the fiscal note, this is expected to save the taxpayers in the general fund close to $2 million per year from this point forward. So it asks for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with Representative Nordberg. This program had never been audited before, and the audit turned up some mistakes in the program, and this will get rid of all the scofflaws that Representative Tyler always tries to go after, both the scofflaws living and the scofflaws dead, so I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Neville.
Representative Primavera, I think you had me at scofflaw.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in the Finance Committee. I'm really glad that the audit was requested, completed, found these mistakes, and that this bill addresses it. Great work of the Audit Committee and of Representatives Nordberg and Primavera. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1175, please say aye. All those opposed, no. 1175 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill, where are we, 1167.
House Bill 1167 by Representatives Winter and Pedersen, also Senators Todd and Donovan, concerning the creation of the Colorado Family First Employer Act in connection with establishing a program that recognizes Colorado employers and meets certain family-friendly requirements.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1167 along with the Appropriations Committee report and the committee report from Business and Labor.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we merely added on the appropriations clause. And I
Further
encourage that
discussion?
aye vote.
Oh, thank you. Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Business Affairs and Labor Committee, we added 2 amendments. One added that employees could be rewarded for providing health care and helping with retirement, and we also made it a 2-tiered system for the award, and we also included promoting employees with disabilities as one of the important aspects of being a family-friendly business, and I encourage an aye report.
Representative Del Grosso, did you want to speak to the committee report? Yes, ma'am. Please do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that in the Business Committee report, they've made it more of a tier system, because when I was reading through there, I was thinking that maybe some large companies, it'd be a lot easier for them to meet all of the standards that are there, and I was afraid that there would be a lot of small companies that, through solid efforts, were trying to get there but couldn't fully meet all of the standards of this bill. But I think we can still go a little bit farther, and so with that, I move L009 and ask that it be displayed.
L009 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please discuss it, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let's say there was a small business person out there, they couldn't meet all of these, they were trying really hard, but they weren't going to be able to fully meet all of the requirements of this, but they did put their full faith and effort in there. But we don't want to fully reward them with a governor's certificate. So this would be a little bit smaller, but they would still get a participation ribbon, and it would be presented by the lieutenant governor instead of the governor. But at least people out there would know that they actually tried to comply with this and try to get there, so I would urge an aye vote.
Folks, are we really going to make it for 2.5 more weeks? Representative Winter.
Madam Chair, since we have a new lieutenant, hopefully have a new lieutenant governor soon, I feel like before we agree to the participation award, we should check in with our new lieutenant governor and perhaps consider adding this amendment in the Senate.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I agree with Representative Winter here. I think this would be a very friendly way to introduce Donna Lynn as our new Lieutenant Governor.
Further discussion on Amendment 009. Representative Del Grosso?
I'll withdraw the amendment.
Oh, what a disappointment. Now we are back to the Business Affairs Committee and Labor report. Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the report, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now to the bill. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Winter and I are working on a bill to help women and families in a different way. We really want to provide an opportunity to highlight the businesses who are addressing the barriers that they are still facing in the workforce and helping them succeed. So with this bill, if you, as has already been mentioned, it's a two-tier system, but some of the big pieces here are proving that you have equal pay policies, that you also are helping women go for leadership positions, and that you're providing access to child care or stipends, that you're providing paid leave. Unfortunately, in Colorado, only 13% of workers still do not have access to paid leave, and also providing savings for retirement. We will continue to hear more about this session about what a difficulty it is to save for retirement.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is simply an award recognizing businesses that share our values of making sure that we have strong families and economically secure families in Colorado. We heard from large businesses like Children's Hospital and small businesses like an engineering firm that felt not only would they qualify, but they were proud to, and they wanted to let future employees and their customers know that they shared our family values, and we encourage an aye vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1167. Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1167, and while I certainly appreciate the sponsor's intent to create family-friendly work environments, the fact of the matter is it's not the role of the government to give gold stars, platinum stars, and stickers and logos to promote businesses. The fact of the matter is we all have differing opinions of what family-friendly means, and that's okay, because that's what diversity is all about, right? We have differing opinions. But what this bill is, we're rewarding companies that conform to what the government says is family-friendly. And I think we have to ask ourselves, is that really a precedent that we want to start? Now again, this bill is with the best of intentions, but I think it establishes a very dangerous precedent, one that we do not need to go down, and certainly not at $20,000 a year. When we look at all the priorities that we have in government, private businesses can take care of themselves. They can advertise for themselves. If they want to be a family-friendly work environment, good for them. They should all strive for that. But as a government, we do not need to be paying for that at the cost of $20,000 per year. I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1167. Representative Windholz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at this, and I've been down here before about anti-business, and that's what it is. And in the way I read it, this is pretty much masquerading as family-friendly, but since it on page 5C, line 9, it starts talking about giving federal qualified, these business, I'll read it. Services available to its employees qualifies for federal credit for employer-provided child care facilities, and services is a tax credit. Now, if this is supposed to be family-friendly, but it's taxing, it's giving or buying off business to do this, when actually it is a very anti-business. So I encourage no vote.
Representative Navarro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to let everyone know that we heard in committee from companies who are already doing this. I don't see that it's necessary for us to pass law for companies to do what's already working in their companies. They testified how wonderful it was and how well it's working. They don't need us to step in and ruin the good thing that they have. So I urge a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. I would be willing to bet that everyone on this side of the aisle believes in choice. Choice in your personal lives, choice in the decisions you make. What I would submit to you is that choice extends into the economic atmosphere too, that businesses function best when they have choice. And it may even be in the choice of the compensation packages they pick. Some people's view of family-friendly might be different from someone else's. And for the government to design a program that gives a platinum or a gold or a silver award to that choice, I think is somewhat offensive to businesses. I had an interesting experience when I was campaigning this year. I was going out ringing doorbells like most of you do, and I was in a Grand Junction community, and I came to the door, and this lady answered the door, and I said hi and gave my pitch and asked her how she was doing, and I asked what she did, and she said, "Oh, my husband, he works in the oil fields. He's up in North Dakota now. He goes up there for 2 weeks at a time, and then he comes back and he's here for a week, and then he goes up 2 weeks at a time again." And I was going into my best pitch about how, yeah, we need more jobs here, and we need to get more oil industry jobs and stuff like that. And she looked at me and she says, "You know, he makes about $110,000 a year, and he's gone most of the time." That's a pretty good family-friendly situation for me. So you cannot have the government dictate what is the best family-friendly situation. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I want to thank the sponsors. I think the intention is good in this, but there are just some troubling aspects to this bill. If you look at the criteria that must be met, should a company decide they want to pursue this designation, to me, it necessarily excludes any very small family-owned business, because the reality is when you hire an employee, they're not going to be moving up into a leadership position if it's a family-owned, close corporation. If it's a small restaurant that's family-owned, if it's a small construction company that's family-owned, chances are they're not going to do that. So you have now excluded family-owned companies because they can't demonstrate that they're giving their employees the ability to advance into leadership. Again, if it's a small family-owned company, they can't afford to set up a child care center. Whether or not they choose to set up a retirement plan for their employees is up to them. And the fact that this says you have to meet all of these requirements to be eligible for this award, this is just kind of a backdoor way to set mandates to companies and discourage them from doing what they should be doing, which if they have good family-friendly policies, they advertise that. They put that in their job advertisements. They put that on their company websites. They're very proud of the programs that they promote that advance working families, and not just working moms, but working single dads. I don't see them addressed in here. I get the intent, but I think this is just going completely in the wrong direction. I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree that these are not mandates. This would be a lot to ask businesses in Colorado to do. We know that these are businesses that are going above and beyond, and they are exceptional. So we want to say thank you and really highlight them in the efforts that they're making to address the significant barriers that study after study show that women are facing in actually succeeding in the workforce. But it doesn't exclude single men at all. Single fathers would absolutely benefit from these policies as well. Having flexible work schedules, childcare access. Most businesses don't actually have childcare facilities in their business, but that's why you can also give them a stipend instead. So there's a lot of flexibility in this bill, and it's really just a way to highlight the businesses that are going above and beyond, and I ask for your support.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it was Ronald Reagan said something like,
hi, we're from the government and we're here to help you. And said that that was one of the scariest things that you could ever hear. Who says what is family friendly? I say businesses know best, government doesn't. This bill may discriminate against the employer, who is really a great employer and does great with his employees. This bill is not needed. It is expansion of government, and it is not good policy. Please vote no on this bill.
Further discussion on House Bill 1167. Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1167, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1167 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1079.
House Bill 1079 by Representatives Becker Kay and Singer, also Senator Stedman, concerning a certification program for cannabis as pesticide-free.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. This is not a prop. We're not trying to put anyone to sleep here, but I move House Bill 1079 and the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you.
And the
Appropriations
and the Public Health report.
Representative Becker Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report specifies it'll come out of marijuana cash fund money to fund the startup costs for this program. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there discussion about the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. Those who oppose, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Public Health Care and Human Services report, Representative Becker Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report did a few things, but primarily it changed pesticide-free to organic. Several folks felt more comfortable with the organic term. That's actually more accurate than pesticide-free. The other issue, yeah, it's just a more accurate term. That's largely what that amendment did. We'll just leave it at that. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee report, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. House Bill 1079, Representative Becker Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1079 is one response to recent concerns about pesticide use in marijuana, and this just provides a consumer choice. It doesn't require any cannabis company, marijuana company to go organic. It doesn't require anyone to buy it. It just says if you want this option to be labeled organic, then it will be available to you. The federal organic label is not available for marijuana because marijuana is illegal federally. So we have to come up with our own state program for anything that wants to be labeled organic. So this creates the process through the Colorado Department of Agriculture. The label will be made by CDPHE, who does the labeling, and we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Brown. Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to ask the sponsors, since we have all these new varieties of marijuana, are they GMOs?
Representative Brown, did you want to speak to this bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on a more serious note, well, that's right. Can you give me a definition of organic marijuana?
Representative Becker Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that would be specified in rulemaking. My understanding is that Colorado Department of Ag, CDA, would likely use the same definition that they use for all other organic products in Colorado. And you know what that is exactly? It's more of a process than it is a specific list of excluded pesticides or anything like that. It doesn't mean it's necessarily pesticide free, but it does mean that the grower goes through a certain process of things like not using pesticides for a certain number of years or doing crop rotation, different things like that to be labeled organic. And it's more of a process than a particular list of pesticides that can be used or not used.
Representative Brown.
Well, I would suggest that there's a federal definition. We don't have that at the state level. I'll ask another question. Did the Colorado Department of Agriculture say, yes, we are glad to do this?
Representative Becker-Kay.
Representative Brown, so the CDA implements the state law. Again, we would use that similar law. That's likely to be the case here. And yes, they are fine with implementing this. It would be funded through fees of only those businesses who want to participate.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there is not a bit of difference between organic and non-organic. If you go in, scientifically, if you go into a grocery store or anything else. Now, the way that product is grown, but as far as the safety of that product or anything like that, there's absolutely no difference. I think there's better use of our money, even if it's marijuana money. I believe there's a lot better use than for this. I don't think that we need this. Let's wait until there's federal regulations and we can call it organic or whatever. There is not the need right now except to add cost onto marijuana products.
Representative Becker-Kay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Brown, you may not need this. You may not want this. You have then don't buy the organic cannabis. This is only for those who are interested in that product. It doesn't cost you anything. It only costs those purchasers who want organic cannabis, and there are several out there, that's an important value to them. I am making no claims, and I don't think the organic label makes any claims about it being any healthier than anything else. This is purely about consumer choice. Maybe you can or maybe you can't put two organic and a conventional product next to each other. That's fine. This is only for those consumers who want this product and want a certified label. They have that option. They will pay more for it, but that is their choice. I ask for an aye vote. Representative
Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And quite frankly, I don't want my Colorado Department of Agriculture wasting time on this issue. I absolutely think it is useless and that this is bad policy also, and we do not need it. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, when we heard this in the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee, and I know we're not talking on the committee report, we're talking on the bill, but I can tell you one of the things that we learned was that organic is a federally mandated program. And because you have the freedom in this state to grow your own plants, there is no reason that we need to hijack the term organic and create our own state definition, because this would be a blatant violation of federal law. And so this is why we were no votes on this bill. Ask for a no vote.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Amendment 64 is probably a blatant violation of federal law, but what this bill does is it creates a process using the term organic. The thing that would be a violation of federal law is if we were to use that same symbol. Once we got that guidance, we've taken that guidance and used this in a way that makes sure that consumers are actually doing the right thing or getting the right thing, getting what they want. They have a choice. This doesn't eliminate a process. This adds something for consumers who want it. We had industry and consumers come to the table and ask for this, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1079, seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 1079, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1079 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
What do I need to say? Yeah. You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, we will rise and report. I'm enjoying today. This is my last time chairing because I am term limited, and I just want to thank you all for making my last chairing opportunity fun.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Kohler, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs the reports on the consideration of the following attached bills being second reading. The vote makes the following recommendations are on. House Bills 1079 amended, 1167 amended, 1175 amended, 1257 amended, 1274 amended, 1288 amended, 1304 amended, 1322 amended, 1324 amended, 1332 amended, 1386 amended, 1388 amended, 1404 amended, 1425 amended, 1432 amended, 1434 amended, 1436 amended. Passed on second reading in order gross placed on counter of 30 final passage. Senate Bills 21 amended, 30, 62 amended, 65 amended, 134, 158 amended, 166, 171 to 172. Passed on second reading in order revised placed on the counter of 30 final passage. House Bill 1303 referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Representative Court. It would be Madam Speaker, Representative Court, but other than that, it's not Madam Velma either. So, so it's all right. It's only a $2 fine. You've heard the motion. There are amendments on the desk. So, Mr. Kohler, please read the Representative Neville P. amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. It's on House Bill 1434. On House Bill 1434.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Neville Amendment L002 to House Bill 1434 to show that said amendment passed and the House Bill 1434 as amended passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Neville Amendment.
The motion is proper and properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Neville.
Thank you, members. Again, when we heard this bill, we found out that, if you're a billionaire and you can afford to buy a newspaper or a broadcasting station, you're exempted from the bill. So what this bill does is get rid of that exemption, but for the small guy like me that just might want to make a social media post, I would be exempted from having that considered as electioneering communication. I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion. Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this cow. I think you're trying to say that social media, advertising on social media somehow, if you put political advertising on social media, then somehow it should be exempt from campaign finance laws. That makes no sense. I don't care if it's a newspaper or it's something online. If it's political advertising, it's political advertising no matter what the medium is. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the Neville P. amendment to the Committee of the Whole report concerning House Bill 1434. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Rankin. Close the machine. With 30 ayes, 33 noes, and 2 excused, the Neville P. amendment to the Committee of the Whole concerning House Bill 1434 is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Neville P. amendment to the Committee of the Whole concerning House Bill 1425.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee in adopting the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report to House Bill 1425 dated April 19, 2016 to show that said report lost and that House Bill 1425 as amended passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move this Neville P. amendment.
Proper motion and properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this just simply says that this applies to all businesses, or all businesses that have the requirement to collect these. We shouldn't just be specifying one specific industry. I've heard from people in my district who might have a summer camp that's Taekwondo. I know of a summer camp that exists in Sedalia, Colorado, that has this requirement that has just temporary people that are there for less than 15 days. It should apply to all industries, not just the ski industry. So I urge a yes vote on this.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Neville, you're correct that the introduced version of the bill is a better bill. However, as it came out of committee, this bill was negotiated with a number of folks, the pro-immunization folks, the anti-immunization folks. There were a lot of folks involved in the negotiations, and sometimes it's okay to vote for a good bill. It's a good bill, right? Seriously, it is. It's a solid bill. There is red tape that the ski industry has to jump through currently. This bill fixes that. Vote yes on a good bill.
Further discussion. Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for elevating this bill by running a cow amendment. I was thinking mistakenly that I'd be the first representative to carry a bill with immunization in the title that would pass without any kinds of controversy or amendments. But I do ask for a no vote on the amendment. The language in the bill is really very specific to the nature of our ski resort industry. And the amendment that was approved of in the committee just really clarified and specified that that is exactly what we're talking about in solving this problem. So please vote no on the cow amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support.
Madam Speaker, Representative.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker.
And not Madam Velma. Please proceed. It's only a $2 fine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. It is great that the ski resorts do not have to cater and have parents carry their immunization records with them as they go on their two-week trips. In my district, up Evergreen and all the mountain area of Jefferson County, we have a lot of camps that kids come to over the summertime, and it's the same issue. They're not skiing there during the summer, but they definitely are going to daycares, and they're in camps there. And I'm guessing in Estes Park and down in Colorado Springs and everywhere else that are not ski resorts, they run into the same issue. And whether it's a billion-dollar industry that people are complaining about, or whether it's just a small camp, this issue is still present. And if it's good for the ski resorts and the parents and the children of those recreational areas, it ought to be good for the other recreational areas within our state. And it does make good sense to carve out a very small recreational niche for our tourist industry of the entire state. And so I would urge that not only was it good before and then it got a little bit worse, but we here should negotiate, not necessarily special interests, but I think this body and the Senate ought to be the ones negotiating and saying what makes good policy. And so for a 2-week time period, not just ski resorts, but everywhere that kids come and parents drop them off ought to have the same provision to be good for the kids. So I urge a aye vote for this. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Neville P. amendment to the Committee of the Whole regarding House Bill 1425. Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 29 ayes and 34 noes, 2 excused, House Bill 1425, the amendment, the Neville P. amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Representative Brown amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Brown moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Brown Amendment L013 to Senate Bill 21 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 21 as amended passed.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like this bill.
Representative Brown, would you please move the amendment?
I like it so much that I moved the Brown Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Proper motion, properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do like this bill. I'd like for it to pass. And I'd like for you to all listen just a little bit to my reasoning. If you look at this bill and you look at those that in the Senate that voted against this bill, they are, the ones that voted against it are very, very conservative. In the Senate, they voted against it. I wasn't there to listen to the arguments in the Senate, but I am surmising that they went to a lot of work to come up with the amendments that they came up with. And the reason that they came up with these amendments was to satisfy some of the other members on the Republican side to go along with this bill. Now, if we take out the amendments, the core of the amendments that they worked so hard on, I'm afraid we'll lose those votes. And when we pass this out of this House, and I'm in favor of the bill, we pass this out of the House without these amendments that the Senate put on, when it gets over there, they will adhere to what they have done, and the bill is dead. Now, I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody else, but I think that that's what's going to happen. Therefore, I would ask that you vote yes on the Brown Amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Brown, and I'm glad that you're so concerned about the bill and about public lands. However, when in committee, the committee took out the sections to which Representative Brown refers in his amendment. We put in language that actually encompassed all of them. It is language that talks about cooperation, early and consistent. It is language that actually covers all those issues plus more, and it is language, as we stated, that is directly taken from Representative Rankin and Representative Becker's 2015 bill. Moreover, we added 2 very good amendments to the bill, which I think clarify it even more as we listen to that discussion. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment, because I believe that with the amendments that were added in committee, plus the 2 that were added on the floor, whenever it was today, this morning, this afternoon, I don't know, that it actually is a stronger bill.
Representative Casey Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a no vote on this cow. The language that we substituted some of the Senate language for, I just want to read it to you, because it was strongly supported in this House and in the Senate in a bipartisan way last year. And it says, it is imperative to encourage effective, cooperative, and collaborative engagement among counties, municipalities, the state, and federal land management agencies. Early and consistent cooperative and collaborative involvement of local governments in federal land management decision-making processes can improve federal land management outcomes, reduce conflict, and save state, local, and federal resources. That's not a weak statement in support of local, state, and federal cooperation on public lands issues. I'm really proud that that bill passed. I'm proud of that statement. That bill that language came from has done a lot of good, particularly on the Western Slope in promoting collaboration between local and federal government. So the language that we took out was incomplete, a little difficult for some folks to swallow because it was more slanted. We want this to be collaborative, inclusive, something that we can join together and celebrate together without, picking fights. So I ask for a no vote on this cow.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just point out what has been taken out of the bill with the House amendments. And these are amendments that the Senate put in that they worked so hard to put in. What has been taken out is the balance between conservation and public access to public lands. They took out proactive management measures to conserve and protect national forests from invasive and harmful species and from wildfires. They took that out. We did. We took out that the president should consult with state and local elected bodies, including the General Assembly, before designating national monuments. Now, I'll guarantee you those are important. They were important to the Senate when they put them in their bill. We took them out. It's going to go, if we accept what you are proposing here and don't accept my amendments, it will go back to the Senate. They will adhere, and this bill is dead, and we will not have a Public Lands Day on the third Saturday of May. I ask for a yes vote on my amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support, and I can tell you that this is precisely the reason I was a no vote in committee on this bill, that they essentially struck the language that the Senate had added, and I think it reversed the course and essentially gutted what the Senate had done. So when we amend bills, it has consequences. It certainly resulted in me opposing the bill in committee. I think the spirit of the bill is correct, and supporting and acknowledging the importance of our public lands is critically important, but not to do it in this fashion. I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question is the Brown amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 29 ayes, 34 noes, and 2 excused, the Brown amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Representative Lawrence amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lawrence moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Lawrence Amendment L002 to House Bill 1388 to show that said amendment passed on the House Bill 1388 as amended passed.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Lawrence Amendment.
Properly moved and properly displayed. Please proceed.
Members, we had a pretty lengthy discussion on this. What this amendment is saying is that if we're going to mandate what private employers put on their employment applications, that should also apply to government at all levels. So I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Is there further discussion on the Lawrence amendment to the Committee of the Whole report? Representative McCann.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we did discuss this amendment pretty thoroughly, and I would ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on the Lawrence amendment to the Committee of the Whole report? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine with 30 ayes and 33 noes and 2 excused.
Still losing.
What? Is it still open? Yeah. Okay. And 2 excused. The Lawrence amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. We are now to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 61 ayes, 2 noes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted.
Have Reddit link. Perfect word. No.
Okay, you're the
Thank
sponsor.
you very much.
That's right. Okay.
I'll just come up and do this as soon as we're done, but we're going to speak to this here. She's.
I got to move to proceed out of order, too.
So do we, has this,
It's on the calendar, but I got to move to proceed out of order.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of HJR 16-1022.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order to consider HJR 1022. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1022.
HJR 1022 by Representatives Hollinghorst and Del Grosso, also Senators Cadman and Guzman, establishing procedures for the confirmation of the governor's appointment to fill a vacancy in the office of Lieutenant Governor.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move HJR 1022 and ask that it not be read at length.
Like that.
Okay. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, all this does is basically set up the framework for us to potentially nominate the new Lieutenant Governor nominee. It sets up the procedures. We're basically going to follow the same procedures that the Senate uses for any gubernatorial candidate that they have over there. We'll use the same procedures here, and it basically states that this whole process is going to start in the House. So it's earth-shattering stuff, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1022? Seeing none, is there any objection to a voice vote? Okay. Okay. You know, House tradition is that we'll take a roll call vote. So, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Representative Rosenthal. Representative Rosenthal. I don't think you've been properly punished on that one. Close the machine. With 63 ayes, no nos, and 2 excused, HJR 1022 is adopted. Co-sponsors? Close the machine. And pursuant to HJR 1022, consideration of the governor's appointment to the office of Lieutenant Governor occasioned by the resignation of Lieutenant Governor Joe Garcia is referred to the Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, April 25th.
The motion is to lay over the remainder of the calendar until Monday. See no objection at all. So ordered. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will have announcements and introductions, and then you're free to leave. After that, we have to keep the desk open to do a couple things.
So announcements and introductions. Representative Conti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, just one final reminder, please don't forget to take your bags home. If you need replacements on those, let me know. I certainly have more in my office. And, or if you need an extra list to take to the grocery store with you to bring back supplies to build the care packages for our troops that are serving us overseas. Would highly encourage you to remember that, please. Final day is next Wednesday. Thanks so much.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, just a note to Judiciary Committee members.
Members, I'm sorry, Representative Lee.
Madam
Could
Speaker.
we have your attention, please? Please proceed, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For Judiciary Committee members, Judiciary Committee next week, April 26th, will not be hearing Senate Bill 169 by Representative Kraft Tharp. It'll be on Thursday of next week, so we only have one bill next week. Thank you.
Further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, we will recess briefly, and you are all free to go. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend, everybody.